You made it through another day. Tonight, forget about noisy streets, busy phones, or tomorrow's worries. Let me pour you a cup of old medieval ale. Warm, bitter, maybe a little strange. Close your eyes and listen close. Tonight, we drift back to a time when villagers traded muddy roads for muddy drinks and forgot the world, one sip at a time. Before you get too cozy, please like this video and subscribe if you truly enjoy sleepy stories like this. And tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is for you right now. I always love seeing who is drifting off with me across the world. Now, settle deeper under your blanket. Let the fan hum softly in the corner. Breathe slow and follow me into tonight's journey together. Picture this. You are sitting in a village alehouse. Not the royal banquet hall you might imagine in fairy tales. No, this place is warm. But the warmth comes from too many bodies, packed shoulder to shoulder. The floor is sticky with spilled ale and greasy stew. The walls lean in odd directions. A crooked beam above your head threatens to drop old thatch dust onto your cup at any moment. Next to you, a blacksmith snores with his head on the table. Across from you, a bard in a moth-eaten cloak brags he once defeated a dragon with nothing but a shoe. You smile politely, sip your drink, and pretend to believe him. In medieval Europe, the alehouse was not just a bar. It was the living room for everyone who did not have a warm living room at home. Most peasants lived in cold, damp huts, no windows, leaky roofs, and straw beds full of mice. So when the sun went down, they fled to the tavern. Here, they found warmth, cheap drink, gossip, maybe even a fiddle player if they were lucky. But the ale was not what you might call consistent. Unlike today's carefully bottled beer, medieval ale was a living creature. Some barrels fizzed and soured overnight. Some tasted like river water, spiced with a farmer's boot. And some were improved by adding extra herbs and roots. Sometimes, this made the drink better. Sometimes, it made it interesting. And sometimes, it made the local priest very nervous. Take yarrow, a simple roadside flower. Brewers often tossed it into the ale to add a floral twist. Nice. Harmless. Then someone tried bog myrtle. Slightly stronger. A hint of bitterness. And, according to old tales, just enough to make you forget your debts for an hour or two. But the real trouble came when cunning folk, local herbalists, wise women, and sometimes suspicious old men with too many mushrooms in their pockets decided to test which herbs might lift a drinker's mind higher than the church roof. Historians still argue about whether these experiments were clever medicine or dangerous fun. Some monks wrote warnings about plants that open the mind to illusions. Others just scribbled recipes for stronger ale and kept refilling their mugs. Imagine you, still sitting on that rough bench. Your mug is warm in your hands. You lift it. A sip hits your tongue. It tastes like grain, rainwater, and something slightly earthy that you can't quite name. You swallow anyway. After all, clean water is a gamble. This drink is safer, even if it does make you dream about talking goats later tonight. Behind the alehouse, behind the pigsty, secrets bubble in clay pots. The cunning folk boil roots and leaves under the moonlight. They whisper to the wind so no one can hear the ingredients. They believe some herbs protect the liver, some clear the mind, and some open doors in the head that maybe should stay closed. Betony was a favorite, an innocent-looking green plant. People believed betony cured headaches, sadness, nightmares, and even protected you from witchcraft. So naturally, they mixed it right into the ale. Peasants loved it. They said a mug of betony ale kept bad dreams away. Some folks claimed it made them forget hunger for a night. Convenient, when dinner was just stale bread. Meanwhile, monks in stone monasteries brewed their own ale. Stronger, better, brewed with clean water, precious hops, and sometimes an extra herb or two for spiritual focus. Historians suspect a few monks used spiritual focus as an excuse to nap on the floor after one mug too many. Can you blame them? Chanting prayers all night was hard work. A sip of strong ale made it easier to sing praise and forget that your cell had no fireplace. But tavern keepers were not about to lose customers to the monastery, so some got bold. They dropped henbane into ale. Henbane is not your everyday herb. A pinch can ease pain. A pinch too much and you might run into the woods barefoot, convinced you are a royal messenger for a kingdom that does not exist. People drank it anyway. A mug of henbane ale turned a dull night into a vivid adventure. You might tell your neighbor about it the next day, or swear to the priest that you saw angels dancing above your roof. The priest would roll his eyes and sprinkle more holy water on your doorstep. Did the local lord care? Usually not. As long as the taxes were paid and no riots broke out. Villagers could hallucinate about talking dogs all they wanted. The village well was worse. Anyway, one sip of bad water and you might get a stomachache that lasted all winter. Ale, strange as it was, felt safer. Sometimes, when your head pounded after a night of questionable drinking, you crawled to the cunning woman's hut at the village edge. She would hand you a foul-smelling tonic, thick as mud, brewed from leftover roots and yesterday's ale foam. She might whisper a prayer or tie a garlic braid around your neck for good luck. Did it cure you? Maybe. Maybe not. But you paid her with a handful of eggs and promised not to tell the Lord you were drunk again. Some nights, the tavern turned into a stage for all kinds of drama. Couples argued over who owed the brewer more copper coins. A shepherd boasted he had seen fairies near the old mill pond. A wandering fiddler played a sad tune until someone paid him to stop. All the while, mugs clinked, fire crackled, and that special mix of beer and root did its quiet work. By morning, the village woke up to roosters crowing and the soft moans of men regretting that third mug of root-infused ale. But work waited for no one. Even with a mild headache and fuzzy memories, you tied your boots, grabbed your hoe, and marched to the muddy fields. Life went on. No pity for drunks when there were weeds to pull and lords to serve. Some villagers believed these strange herbs protected them from worse fates. A slip of root in your drink might keep the plague away, or so the gossip said. In truth, no herb could stop the Black Death when it rolled in on merchant carts. But faith is a stubborn thing. If a brew promised comfort, people drank it. If it promised a vision of a better life, even for one night, they emptied the cup gladly. Tonight, as you listen, imagine leaning back against that alehouse wall. The fire is low. A sleepy dog curls at your feet. Your mug is nearly empty. Somewhere, someone laughs at a joke about the village priest's bald head. Outside, the wind rattles the shutter. Inside, all you feel is warmth and the slow pull of sleep. Maybe, just maybe, that last sip carries a hint of Bethany, a whisper of henbane, and a promise that tomorrow will feel a little lighter. Or maybe it just helps you drift deeper into dreams where taxes do not exist and no one cares if your roof leaks. So close your eyes. Let the strange roots do their gentle work. And remember, in the Middle Ages, the only escape for a tired peasant was a warm ale, a kind lie, and a night where the world outside could not follow him home. Sleep well, sleepyhead. We have many more secrets to sip tomorrow. Tonight, forget the flick of a light switch. Forget your bright phone screen, glowing on the nightstand. Long ago, people had none of that. When the sun dropped behind the hills, darkness swallowed everything. Candles were precious. Lantern oil was expensive. So when the fire died down, most villagers lay awake. listening to rats in the rafters, hoping sleep would come quickly and thieves would stay far away. But humans hate boredom. Even more, they hate fear in the dark. So people found ways to light up the long nights in their heads. Nature offered them the cheapest cure for dread and dull evenings: mushrooms, moldy bread, and roots plucked by moonlight. Pull your blanket higher. Imagine your breath fogging the cold air in a one-room hut. You are tired. You ache from pulling weeds for your landlord who never smiles. And tonight you want an escape. There is no library. There is no television. There is only a damp forest, a friend with suspicious ideas, and an old memory that sometimes the weird mushrooms by the riverbank do something funny. You lie on your straw bed. But sleep won't come, so you grab your cloak and shuffle outside. There he is, your trusted companion in all poor decisions. He waves you over, points at a bundle hidden under a broken basket. Mushrooms, pale caps, dirt still clinging to them. He grins. You sigh. You know better. But you chew anyway. At first, nothing. You sit on a log, staring at your hut's crooked roof. A chicken wanders past. The same chicken you promised to fix a fence for last week. You doze. Then it begins. The log feels softer. The stars above twist in lazy circles. You giggle. Why? Who knows? You giggle because you are not you for a little while. You are something lighter, floating just above worry and sore knees. Historians still argue about how common this was. Some say only desperate peasants risked strange fungi. Others say entire forest villages knew exactly which mushrooms made winter nights warmer without burning a single log. The truth is simple. If you were cold, hungry, and scared of tomorrow, a mouthful of weird mushrooms felt like hope. But mushrooms were not the only hidden helper. Rye bread hid a secret too. The grain sometimes hosted a fungus called ergot. Unlike the friendly yeast that gives us beer, ergot was a trickster. It laced itself into the bread. No one saw it. No one smelled it. And then, one bite too many, and your evening became a festival of odd visions and unstoppable dancing. Whole towns fell victim. People spun in circles in churchyards, laughing, crying, then collapsing. Doctors could not explain it. Priests blamed the devil. Millers blamed rats. Everyone blamed everyone, except the bread. Meanwhile, next door, the cunning woman knew the truth, but wisely kept her mouth shut. Bread was sacred. Saying bread was poison was asking for trouble. Back in your hut, you see the roof ripple like pond water. You giggle again. Your friend has curled up beside you on the dirt floor, humming a tune only he can hear. Outside, your goat stares in, completely unimpressed. You swear you hear him sigh at your life choices. The church, of course, hated these peasant adventures. Visions, laughter, sudden public dances, all suspicious. Holy men preached that true visions come from saints, not from mushrooms growing on cow dung. But the church's scolding rarely reached into tiny huts hidden deep in wet forests. There, villagers trusted the forest more than the pulpit. In some places, monks themselves played with nature's secrets. Some herb gardens behind monastery walls hid more than rosemary and sage. Certain scrolls mention clarifying herbs to help a brother focus on scripture through long, candlelit nights. One theory whispers that even monks sampled mild fungi or used tiny doses of ergot in teas to soothe the mind before fasting prayers. These were not wild parties behind church walls, just quiet experiments, trying to ease headaches or find God in the flicker of a single flame. Most of the time, they found only stomach aches and guilt. But a few scribes recorded interesting dreams. In dusty Latin, No one has translated completely your peasant life. Meanwhile, stays simple. You do not know Latin. You do not care for monks' headaches. You care that your tiny patch of wheat turned black near the stalks this season. You grind it anyway. You bake bread anyway. You eat it because hunger always wins. And so, after the strange meal, your neighbor's family spins by the hearth. The children laugh until they cry. Their mother kneels, whispering prayers over her baby, who sees angels under the table. The father sits stone still, eyes wide. I'm sure the roof is full of invisible cats. The next day, no one mentions it. They blame bad weather, or bad spirits, or the neighbor's envy. But deep down, they know it was the bread. Now imagine this happening not just in your hut, but across hundreds of villages. A rumor of witches spreads quickly. Witches must have cursed the loaves. Witches must be dancing with devils under the old oak. In reality, the witch was just a harmless mold, growing quietly, waiting for the miller to notice. He never did. Some modern scholars link ergot outbreaks to famous witch hunts, centuries later. Hallucinations, hysteria, screams at midnight, all very convenient for fearful villagers and power-hungry judges. But that story, sleepyhead, is for another night. Tonight, stay here with me. Sit with your friend. The mushrooms have done their work. He hums. You see shapes in the firelight. A shadow becomes a kind face. Another shadow becomes a soft dream that tomorrow's rent might not matter. Outside, wolves howl in the forest, but they are far away. Inside, the world shrinks to your slow breath, your giggling friend, and the gentle weight of a sleep that feels safer than silence. No electricity, no lamp, no bright buzzing phone, just nature's mischief. A borrowed handful of warmth inside your chest, and the soft promise that tomorrow will come, whether you are ready or not. Before you drift off, let me whisper one last secret. In places you will never visit, forests still hide those mushrooms. Villagers still tell stories of a cousin's cousin who chewed the wrong one and woke up kissing a tree. Some tales claim that certain monks knew how to make a safe brew from tiny mushroom pieces, mixed with honey and old prayers. Some say the recipe was lost when the last scroll turned to dust. Tonight, we pretend you found it. We pretend you drink a warm sip of honey mushroom tea. No fear, no headache, no taxes waiting outside your door. Just a night so calm. Even the goat tiptoes away, not to wake you. Close your eyes now. Let the last warmth slip down your throat. The shadows in your hut melt into soft shapes. The world outside waits politely for dawn. In here, under your thin blanket and your brave little roof, there is only your breath and this drifting dream. Sleep well. Tomorrow, the forest stands ready with new secrets. And if you listen closely, maybe you will hear the faint laughter of old peasants who once trusted a mushroom to light up their dark nights. Rest easy, sleepyhead. We have many strange roots and weirder tales waiting for you tomorrow. Section 3. Herbs in the Monastery. Ointments in the Woods. You are still here with me. Good. Tonight, you and I leave the damp village behind for a little while. We slip through a heavy wooden gate, past thick stone walls, and find ourselves inside an old monastery garden. Here, herbs grow in neat rows. There is order. There is silence. There is the faint smell of lavender mixed with old parchment and humble soup. The monks here wear simple robes. They chant softly. Their days are ruled by bells, prayers, and the gentle work of tending God's green gifts. But if you look closer, if you listen when no abbot is watching, you might notice that behind those holy walls hides a tiny kingdom of secrets, roots, and bottles nobody talks about at Sunday Mass. Monasteries in medieval Europe were more than places to pray. They were hospitals, schools, libraries, and pharmacies, all at once. Monks studied plants because plants healed wounds and headaches. Monks wrote down recipes because parchment did not forget. Over time, some monks knew more about mixing strange herbs than any village healer ever dared to claim. Picture an old brother bent over a wooden table. A flickering candle drips wax beside him. In one hand, he holds a bundle of dried leaves. In the other, a dull knife. He mumbles Latin names. He grinds the leaves into powder. He adds honey, maybe a drop of strong wine if he feels bold tonight. He calls it a medicine. Maybe he is right. Maybe it is just a soft escape from endless silence. Some herbs were innocent enough. Mint for upset stomachs. Sage for coughs. Rosemary for the plague. Even if it never really helped. But tucked between harmless plants were herbs with deeper gifts. Henbana, mandrake, nightshade. To the average villager, these were witchcraft in a root. To the monk with an aching back and too many sins to confess, they were sometimes a quiet blessing. Historians still argue about how honest monks were with their own records. Somme monasteri herbals, written in beautiful Latin. List dangerous plants in neat rows, each with a polite warning, but hidden between lines about rosemary and thyme. You find notes like a root that calms the mind or a leaf that brings sleep quickly. One old recipe simply says, "Take at sunset, pray before sleep." Outside these stone walls, deep in the woods, another figure works alone. She is no monk. She is the village cunning woman. Maybe you would call her a witch if your crop failed. But when your child burns with fever or your wife screams in labor, you run to her hut faster than you kneel at the church steps. She does not write her knowledge in Latin. She whispers it to her granddaughter while they pick roots at dusk. She stirs her pot with a wooden spoon, stained dark by secrets. When you knock at her door, she opens it with a sigh and a look that knows you cannot pay her properly. She helps you anyway. In her hut, dried bundles hang from the rafters. Little clay pots line the shelf. Some hold ointments. Some hold powders. Some hold secrets no priest will ever bless. She knows what monks know, sometimes more, because she does not fear gossip. She fears letting her people die when a pinch of the right powder might save them. Imagine now, you are her visitor. You stand shivering by her hearth. You whisper that your bones ache. Your head spins at night. You dream of demons. She nods. She reaches for a pot so old its lid sticks. She dips her fingers inside, lifts out a greasy balm that smells of old garlic and something sharper. She tells you to rub it on your temples before sleep. She tells you not to talk about it to the priest tomorrow. You obey, because hope tastes better than fear. Back in the monastery, the same herbs find another path. Brothers press them into holy water, hide them inside candles, or drip them onto bandages. A wounded knight, brought in from the winter road, does not care whether his healing salve is blessed. He cares that it numbs the burning pain where a rusty sword met his flesh. He cares that after a sip of monk's brew, he sees gentle angels instead of brutal memories. Of course, not every mixture worked as promised. Sometimes a novice monk used too much root or too little honey. Sometimes a cunning woman tried a new blend under a full moon and forgot a step. When that happened, people blamed demons, or witches, or their own sins. No one blamed the root. Nature was holy. Humans simply failed to listen properly. Tonight, I want you to picture a special mixture both monks and cunning women knew. It went by many names. Some called it flying ointment. Others called it nonsense. Superstition. Gossip to frighten children. But stories persist. The ointment was made from fat, herbs, and whispered prayers spoken backwards. Hinbana, mandrake, belladonna, crushed carefully, mixed with animal fat, sometimes pig, sometimes goose, stirred under moonlight, stored in small pots hidden under floorboards. How was it used? Not in soup, not in tea. It was rubbed on skin, on delicate skin, on places where blood flows close and fast. The cunning woman might say, "Rub a little here, then close your eyes." The monk might never say such words. But a curious novice might find the recipe and wonder. One story claims women who used this ointment dreamed they flew through the sky to dance with the devil himself. Or maybe they just escaped the bitter cold and hunger for a few sweet hours of weightless sleep. Modern scholars debate whether anyone really flew or if the ointment simply caused vivid, swirling dreams that felt real. The church did not care. Flight was flight. Visions were dangerous. Anyone caught with such a pot of ointment risked fire, rope, or worse, but for the desperate soul kneeling by the hearth. Sometimes a dream of flying felt worth any risk, and so, hidden behind monastery doors, locked inside forest huts, these recipes survived, whispered from teacher to student, mother to daughter, scribe to scribe. They wove through centuries like a secret melody, soft but stubborn. Tonight, as you breathe slow, imagine standing in that monastery garden at dawn. A pale mist drifts over neat herb beds. Somewhere inside, an old brother stirs warm water with a sprig of mint. He hums an old hymn. He tells himself the mint will help him read by candlelight just 1 hour longer, far away. In the deep woods, the cunning woman steps outside her hut. She wipes her hands on her apron. She lifts her eyes to the rising sun. She whispers thanks to the plants she picked under the moon. Her jar sits safe inside. She knows her neighbors call her many names. Healer, witch, friend, enemy. But tomorrow, when the fever comes or the bone breaks, they will come, and she will open her door, some nights, under soft furs and thin blankets. You might dream you stand between these two worlds, one foot on monastery stone, the other on forest moss, both hands holding tiny jars filled with hope and mischief. You might dream you smell crushed sage and night-blooming flowers. You might wake with the taste of mint on your tongue, wondering if you, too, once knew a recipe worth keeping secret. So rest now. Let the walls of your room fade away. Let your breath sink into the roots and leaves of old gardens, long forgotten. In this night, herbs are gentle, ointments are kind. No one whispers witch. No one accuses. There is only the hush of leaves in the wind, and the promise that somewhere in every shadow, healing waits for the brave. Sleep well. Sleepyhead. Tomorrow, we will open another door, and behind it, stranger stories still wait for you. Section 4. How to accidentally see angels and sometimes the devil. Welcome back. Sleepyhead. You're still here. Eyes heavy. Breath slow. Good. Tonight, we peek inside the flickering mind of a medieval soul who, with no science degree, no doctor, and no sensible fear of risky herbs, managed to see angels, or at least believed they did, and sometimes, if luck ran out, they saw something far less polite. In the Middle Ages, visions were serious business. If you saw a holy figure while praying, you were blessed. If you saw the same figure after drinking a mug of root-spiked ale in a dark tavern, well, you might be possessed. Or worse, gossip would spread that you owed the priest extra coins for an exorcism, but human minds crave light in the darkness. So people, from monks to milkmaids, turned to nature's secret doors. They did not have candles for the mind. They had herbs, balms, and sometimes a pinch too much of something best left under a rock. Let's drift back to a simple village. Imagine a weary farmer, call him Robert. Robert works dawn to dusk. His back aches. His belly stays half empty. The local lord demands taxes. The local priest demands penance. Robert demands only one thing a night, when his dreams feel kinder than his waking hours. So Robert goes to the cunning woman at the edge of the woods. She knows every leaf in her patch of forest. She knows which root makes your head stop pounding and which root makes you forget your wife's angry chatter for a few hours. Tonight, Robert asks for something special. He whispers that he wants to see a sign from heaven, or at least something bright enough to outshine his muddy boots. The cunning woman squints at him, clicks her tongue, and rummages through her cluttered shelves. She pulls out a small pouch. Inside, bits of dried plant, powdery and strange-smelling, mandrake root, crushed fine, mixed with honey and old prayers. She tells Robert to boil it in wine, sip slowly, and lie down near his hearth. And most importantly, she warns him not to drink too much. Robert, like many of us, hears only what he wants to hear. Back at his hut, he waits until his wife snores. He lights a tiny candle stub, drops the powder into cheap wine, stirs with his finger, because spoons are for lords. He drinks. He waits. First, he feels warm, then lighter. Then, his candle flickers in ways that candles should not flicker. Suddenly, the smoke shapes itself into what he swears is Saint Michael himself. Sword in hand, wings spread wide, the vision floats above Robert's hearth, glowing softly. Robert weeps with gratitude. He promises to give up swearing, gambling, and yelling at the goat. Saint Michael does not answer, because Saint Michael is, in truth, just a swirl of mind and root. But Robert does not know this. In a few hours, Robert wakes up on the floor, mouth dry, goat chewing his blanket. He swears the vision was real. The village, hearing the tale, half believes him. The priest frowns, but collects a nice donation from Robert's guilty purse. Robert's story is not unique. All across medieval Europe, people mixed faith with roots, prayers with powders, hope with risky recipes. Some drank a cup and dreamed of angels. Some rubbed ointment on thin skin and felt they floated above rooftops. Some claimed they danced with saints under moonlight, barefoot on dewy grass. The church both adored and feared these visions. On one hand, a holy vision could turn a nobody into a saint, a martyr, or at least a village celebrity. Pilgrims paid good money to visit places where visions had appeared. Relics, shrines, and candles followed the trail of whispered miracles. On the other hand, fake visions, or worse, the visions born from plants instead of God, threatened the tidy order the church loved so much. If everyone could see heaven after a mug of spiced wine, who needed priests to interpret dreams? If a cunning woman's ointment could make a peasant swear, he flew with angels. What power did the bishop really hold? And records show a curious dance. Priests sometimes blessed the visionary, sometimes burned them at the stake. A thin line separated saintly visions from dangerous hallucinations. And medieval people, clever as always, walked that line with wide eyes and risky curiosity. Not all visions were sweet. Sometimes, the roots turned mean. Belladonna, for instance, looked harmless in the garden, but hid sharp teeth inside its purple berries. A few berries numbed pain. A handful tricked the mind into seeing horned shadows by the bedpost. Some unlucky souls believed the devil himself, whispered dark secrets, while they lay helpless in sweaty beds. Yet even then, desperate villagers returned for more. Better a frightening dream than the dull certainty of hunger and unpaid rent. Better to blame a demon for your angry outburst than admit you just hated your neighbor's loud rooster. Not just peasants dabbled in this blurry realm. Nobles, too, liked forbidden balms and tinctures. Court healers mixed tiny doses of nightshade to calm noblemen before surgery, or to help noble women sleep through childbirth. Whispered rumors claimed that a few powerful families owned secret dream boxes, carved wood containers, hiding powders so potent that one sniff could send a sleepless baron into visions of silk and song. Back in the monastery, hidden behind cold walls and echoing hymns, monks sometimes struggled with their own visions. Sleep deprivation, fasting, and too much incense made a brother's mind dance on its own. Add a tea brewed too long with strange leaves, and a humble scribe might claim he spoke with angels who corrected his spelling errors by candlelight. Of course, the abbot rarely approved such revelations. A few lines in old manuscripts hint that certain monks were quietly sent away to distant cloisters, safe places to dream in peace. Out of sight, far from curious pilgrims and worried bishops, in the woods. Meanwhile, the cunning woman stayed busy. Her customers wanted more than healing salves for sores. They wanted answers about dead relatives, love spells to win over a cold spouse, glimpses of the future hidden behind the curtain of ordinary days. So she adapted. She mixed a little more mandrake, a little less henbane. She taught her daughters how to watch for the dangerous dose. She buried bad batches deep in the earth, whispering apologies to old spirits. Some villagers paid her in eggs. Some promised to repair her roof. Some paid in silence, vowing never to tell the Lord that the night before they danced barefoot in the yard, arms raised, seeing stars no one else could see. Tonight, wrapped in your blanket, you do not need to taste bitter root tea or rub strange grease on your wrists. You only need to imagine the courage it took to trust a handful of leaves when your world offered so little comfort. The daring hope to see heaven. Even if your neighbors mocked you the next day, breathe slow. Feel the hush in your room. Let your heartbeat echo the soft prayers of monks and the whispered charms of cunning women. The visions of angels and devils come not to scare you tonight, but to remind you how much people, long ago, I needed a little magic to keep the dark away. If you ever feel life too heavy, too plain, remember Robert by his hearth. Remember the nun who brewed tea she did not list in her garden inventory. Remember that sometimes the human mind, hungry for light, finds it in the strangest shadows. Tomorrow, we shall open another dusty door. More secrets, more laughter, more quiet company for your drifting mind. But for now, let this night be gentle. Sleep well. Sleepyhead, may your dreams tonight hold only kind angels. No horned shadows. And just enough old mischief to remind you that somewhere, under the soft hum of your fan, history still whispers. Section 5. The dancing plagues and other unplanned parties settle in deeper tonight. Let your shoulders drop. Let the last echoes of your busy day fade into the hum of your fan. Because tonight, we are going to dance, or rather, watch a lot of very confused medieval villagers dance until their feet blistered, their minds blurred, and the priests scratched their heads, wondering if demons had learned new dance steps. Close your eyes and imagine a small town, cobblestone streets, a market square with a tilted well, chickens cluck near muddy shoes. One hot summer day, a woman, no one remembers her name, now steps into the square. She hums softly. She sways her hips. A few people glance over, but they do not think much of it. Maybe she has had too much cheap ale. Maybe she just likes the sun on her shoulders. But she does not stop. Her feet stamp the ground. Her arms rise and fall in a slow rhythm. A child giggles and tries to copy her. By sunset, a handful of villagers join her. They spin, they laugh. They do not notice blisters forming on bare heels. By morning, the whole square thumps like a heartbeat. 40 peasants, sweaty and wide-eyed, twist and hop to music only they can hear. The local priest rushes out, clutching a crucifix. He begs them to stop. They cannot. Their legs obey no command except the dance. This is not a fairy tale. It happened, more than once. Historians call it a dancing plague. The poor villagers at the centre called it something else impossible to stop. In Strasbourg, in 1518, records say one woman danced alone for days before a crowd joined her. Within weeks, the town council panicked. They hired musicians, hoping music would calm the possessed feet. It only made the dancers spin faster. Some collapsed from exhaustion. Some died. No demons arrived. No saints appeared to save them. Only silence when the last foot finally stilled. But Strasbourg was not the only place cursed by these accidental parties. Before it, medieval towns across the Rhine River region documented outbreaks. A dusty village in the Low Countries once saw dozens stomp their way to raw feet and empty pockets. Neighbours blamed witches. Others blamed sin. The smart ones blamed mouldy bread. Remember our old friend ergot, that trickster fungus that crept into rye fields? Many scholars think it played a wicked role here. Peasants ate tainted loaves. Their minds flickered strange. And the square became a dance floor for the possessed. Picture it now. You are a miller's daughter. Your father bakes rye bread every morning. One summer, the grain spoils. But hunger does not wait for fresh harvests. You eat the bread anyway. One evening, your feet tap the dirt floor while you hum. You think nothing of it? The next night, you wake under the moon, barefoot in the square, spinning beside your cousin, who also cannot stop. Your mother tries to pull you home. She cries when you break free and keep dancing until dawn. In the crowd, someone whispers about witches. Another whispers about saints testing your faith. No one whispers fungus because no one yet knows how tiny spores can tangle human minds into a dance. The church, as always, tries to help and control. In Strasbourg, priests set up shrines to Saint Vitus, patron saint of dancing and epilepsy. They led processions, sprinkled holy water, offered relics for trembling dancers to kiss. It worked sometimes, or maybe the bread simply ran out. Meanwhile, local physicians offered another solution: let them dance it out. Better exhausted than cursed forever. So they hired pipers and drummers. Villagers surrounded the dancers, clapped along, hoping the plague would burn itself away like a fever sweat. For days, music filled alleys. For days, feet bruised, knees buckled, and the air smelled of human exhaustion and stale ale. Imagine the smell of it: dirt, sweat, desperation. Imagine a neighbour pulling you away, only to watch you slip back into the spinning crowd, face shining with fear and strange joy. Not all danced alone. Some danced in pairs, locking arms. Some danced so fast their shoes tore apart. In church records, monks scribbled complaints that floors needed scrubbing and candles burned low because so many people collapsed at the altar, begging saints for mercy between gasping breaths. Sometimes these outbreaks inspired suspicious stories. Some claimed wicked minstrels hid among the crowd, piping devilish tunes. Some swore witches danced invisibly at the edges, cackling, feeding on human weakness. In truth, the witches were probably busy collecting herbs in the woods to soothe sore feet after the chaos ended. If you had been there, sleepyhead, would you have joined them or watched from your window, candle flickering, hoping your legs did not betray you next? Scholars today love to debate it. Was it fungus? Was it mass hysteria born from hunger and fear? Was it a rebellion in disguise? A protest no lord could punish because it wore the mask of madness? Or perhaps it was all these things woven into the fragile fabric of peasant life? One thing is sure, no landlord collected rent from a man too tired to stand after 3 days of dancing. No tax collector knocked on a door while half the family lay snoring in the straw. Feet wrapped in rags, so maybe, deep inside, the dance was freedom. A terrible, risky freedom that broke bodies, but gave minds a holiday from endless toil. Not all dancing plagues were so big. Small outbreaks flickered here and there. One village, 2 farms, a family caught humming and stomping until their neighbours dragged them into barns to sleep it off. Local cunning women blamed the moon, bad air, or curses sent by rivals, and once the feet healed, life returned to normal. Farmers ploughed fields again, bakers baked, children chased chickens through dusty streets. The dance lived on only in hushes and warnings. Never eat rye that smells too sharp. Never laugh at your neighbour's twitching leg. Never trust that what makes you sway tonight will not make you spin tomorrow. Tonight, lying safe under your warm blanket. Imagine that square under a blazing sun. Peasants in ragged tunics circle each other, hair stuck to sweaty foreheads. A single drum thuds. A flute squeals. No fancy shoes. No silk gowns. Only raw feet. A off hope. And a town half scared. Half spellbound. You, drifting now, do not have to dance. You only have to breathe slow. Feel the weight lift from your shoulders. Let your mind spin gently like those villagers. But without the pain. The fungus. The heavy curses. These medieval outbreaks remind us of something timeless. Humans cannot sit still forever. Not when life presses down like a millstone. Not when worries pile higher than bread loaves. Sometimes, bodies rebel. Minds find release in rhythm. And when no festival is offered, people make their own, even if it costs them their shoes and a scolding from the priest. So rest easy tonight. You need no shrine to Saint Vitus, no flute, no bruised feet, just a quiet room, a sleepy head, and my promise that tomorrow's story might be even stranger than tonight's. Dream soft. Sleepy head. May your feet stay still, your dreams spin slow, and your heart remember that even in the hardest times, somewhere, music waits to carry you away, if only for a night. Section 6. Witches. Wise women. And the price of knowing too, much you're still awake. Aren't you good? Tonight, wrap your blanket tighter. We're leaving the noisy village squares and quiet monastery gardens behind. We're stepping into the hush of moonlit woods, damp soil, and huts that smell of dried roots, old secrets, and the sharp bite of knowledge too heavy for its keeper. Tonight, we visit the witches, though they rarely called themselves that, and the wise women who knew a dangerous amount about life, death, and how to trick both, if needed. In medieval times, the word witch could mean many things. Sometimes it meant healer, sometimes midwife, sometimes the cranky woman 3 doors down who scolded children and talked to her cat as if it understood Latin. And sometimes, sadly, it meant someone the village blamed when cows fell sick, or a baby was born too early, or bread molded faster than expected. Picture her now, an old woman, back bent, hands stained from roots she pulled before dawn. Her hut crouches at the edge of the village, half hidden by brambles no one dares trim. Children swear they see flickers of light in her window at night. Fathers swear they hear soft chanting when the wind rattles loose shutters. But when the fever comes, or the wound festers, or a young mother bleeds too much, who do they run to? not always the priest, not always the monk. They knock on her crooked door, hat in hand, voice low. She lets them in. Though they spoke badly of her last Sunday, she knows secrets. And secrets mean power. And power attracts fear like honey attracts flies. Long before the word witch hissed from trembling lips, these women were village doctors, weather prophets, birth guardians. They passed recipes for salves and teas from mother to daughter, or from a dying aunt to a brave niece. No parchment needed, no monastery ink wasted. Their knowledge bloomed in the quiet corners of gardens and inside the deep wrinkles at the corners of their eyes. Of course, the price of such wisdom was steep. A midwife who lost too many babies was easy to blame. A healer whose tonic failed once might find her roof set ablaze next spring. And if she lived alone, owned a black cat, or laughed at a rich man's joke, double trouble. Some smart women wore two faces, one for the church, nodding politely, praising saints, another for the forest, where they whispered to plants and thanked the moon for kind weather. They stitched both masks so carefully that even their own husbands did not always see the seams. Others did not bother pretending. They spat at village gossip, winked at scandal, and charged a few coins more for the trouble. They knew they were needed. They also knew that sometimes need was not enough to save them from the rope. Listen now, sleepyhead. Do you remember the flying ointment, that greasy mix of herbs and fat, rumored to lift a woman's spirit straight into the sky? Wise women knew the recipe. They knew when to use it for good easing deep pain, numbing terrible childbirth, and when to hide it so no drunk neighbor stole a jar, rubbed it all over, and claimed he danced naked with the devil. Stories like that spread fast, and spreading stories often spread trouble faster. Villages whispered, priests worried, lords grew uneasy, because a woman who knew how to calm pain, chase fever, and coax dreams out of poppy petals was a woman who did not always bow when told. She answered first to her roots, her herbs, and the soft voice inside her chest. Second, maybe, to God, if he asked nicely. Records tell us some paid dearly for this quiet defiance, not always burned at grand public stakes, like later centuries loved to do. More often, dragged before a local judge, accused of sour milk, a spoiled harvest, or a stillborn calf. Evidence, a bundle of dried herbs under her bed, a pot of odd-smelling ointment hidden under floorboards, a neighbor's tale of seeing her walk the woods at dusk, talking to herself, enough to hang a life on a thin rope, yet for everyone punished. 3 more survived. They moved to the next village, changed their name, taught the craft again. They hid their secrets in plain sight, a jar of honey here, a sprig of yarrow tucked into a kitchen beam there. To outsiders, armless decorations. To those who knew how to read the signs, a living pharmacy disguised as a peasant's pantry. Imagine you live back then. Imagine you hurt your back in the fields. You trudge through mud to her door, hat in hand. Pride swallowed whole. She eyes you. She sees your trembling hands, your bruised ego. She knows your wife scolded you for even coming. Still, she gestures you in. Inside, bundles hang from the rafters. A cat curls near the hearth. Her kettle bubbles with something that smells half pleasant, half suspicious. She presses a warm cloth to your skin. She mutters words half prayer, half recipe. You feel better before the herbs even touch your tongue. Because sometimes belief is the first medicine. She charges you 3 eggs and a promise not to tell the priest. You saw her cat wear a red ribbon. You nod. You leave lighter. Your pain softer. At church next Sunday, you cross yourself twice as hard, just in case. But life has a sense of humor. 1 season later, hail ruins your barley. A neighbour's cow coughs up blood. Children shiver with strange fevers. Fear stirs where reason hides. And fear loves a scapegoat more than it loves the truth. So eyes turn to the edge of the village again. To the same hut, the same herbs, the same woman who once eased your pain. Now she is trouble. Now her cat is suspicious. Now her midnight stroll to pick mushrooms is proof she feeds the devil's appetite. Such stories repeat so often that they stop shocking the parchment scribes. Over centuries, a quiet truth echoes louder than all those fearful rumors. Knowledge is power. But power in the wrong hands, or simply in a woman's hands, was dangerous to a world built on obedience. Still, they endured. Through plagues and famine, through cruel laws and crooked judges, through every whispered threat, their knowledge slipped through cracks in stone churches and manor walls. Like ivy, twisting towards sunlight. Even when the stakes burned high, the roots grew deeper underground. Tonight, while you drift closer to sleep, think of them not as wicked witches with warty noses and evil cackles, but as the grandmothers of modern medicine, nurses before hospitals, pharmacists before labels, counselors before confession booths. They taught their daughters to hide herbs inside stitched hems, to dry roots behind loose stones in the hearth, to boil bark only when the moon turned right. They taught their sons, too, though the world forgot to mention that boys who learned to grind leaves and whisper charms when no one looked, and they passed down something greater than recipes. They passed down courage, a fierce, quiet bravery to stand in a world that praised their healing touch but feared their clever minds. So, sleep easy tonight. No rope waits at your door. No neighbours gather to gossip at your window. The old secrets have turned into bottles on pharmacy shelves. The suspicious roots have become capsules with labels and barcodes, but in every pharmacy drawer, in every nurse's steady hands, a tiny echo of those wise women hums like a lullaby. Knowledge must be shared. Power must be used gently. And fear must never kill the roots of hope. Rest now. Sleepyhead. Dream of herbs that heal without suspicion. Dream of brave souls who knew too much and gave even more. Tomorrow, when dawn hums at your window, we will open another story. And the witches, wise as ever, will smile from the shadows, proud that you listened. Section 7. The monks who knew too much and wrote it anyway. Hello again. Sleepyhead. Tonight, we slip back inside thick stone walls, where candles flicker, quills scratch, and secrets hide behind rows of neat Latin script. We're back with the monks, but not just any monks. The ones who knew too much, wrote it anyway, and sometimes paid the price for writing more than prayers and polite stories of saints. Picture this: a squat monastery perched on a hill, wrapped in dawn mist. Inside, corridors smell of damp stone and old books. Brothers in rough wool robes shuffle between chapel and scriptorium, eyes lowered, hands busy with humble chores. To outsiders, these men are gentle lambs of God, scribbling gospels and chanting psalms. But step closer. Listen. Behind that sturdy oak door is Brother Aldrich. No one talks about Brother Aldrich much. He works late. He hums to himself. He knows exactly how to steep dried henbane, so it soothes a headache, but doesn't summon dancing goats in a dream. And in his desk drawer, hidden under boring sermons, he keeps a little leather-bound journal that should absolutely not exist. Monasteries were safe houses for knowledge. They copied Bibles, sure, but they also copied Greek medical texts, Roman herbals, Arabic treatises on the body and mind. They collected wisdom like bees hoard nectar, hoping someday to feed a hungry mind who asked the right question. Some monks, however, wanted more than polite knowledge. They wanted the dangerous edges too. Brother Aldrich is not alone. Every monastery had one. A brother who read too much by moonlight, tested too many recipes after Vespers, and scribbled curious notes between lines of psalms. He did not invent flying ointment, but he might write a more careful recipe for it. Pretending it's just an experiment to help sheep sleep through storms, monastic herbal gardens hid more than mint for bellyaches. Behind rows of holy sage and symbolic lilies, they tucked away patches of mandrake and poppy. A visitor saw a garden of innocence. Brother Aldrich saw a living library of shortcuts through pain, boredom, and perhaps a glimpse of divine secrets. These brothers were no fools. They knew the risks. Officially, the church frowned on using unnatural means to alter the mind. Visions should come from fasting, prayer, and divine grace, not from Brother Aldrich's suspicious pot of honeyed extract. But life is long. Silence is heavy, and not every monk found comfort in chanting the same lines every dawn. So, in quiet corners, they experimented. A pinch of dried root in wine, a stronger brew when the abbot travelled to a distant bishopric, a scribbled note in the margin too strong Brother Matthew saw devils again. These men weren't witches. They weren't saints either. They were curious humans, locked inside stone walls, seeking tiny freedoms where they could. Some used their herbs to ease toothaches and plague boils. Some to ease the heavier pain of wondering if God was listening at all. When they wrote carefully. A line of scripture, a line of hidden wisdom, a code only another clever monk might unravel. Some recipes survived centuries because scribes disguised them as agricultural tips. To calm restless sheep sometimes meant to calm restless monks. A clever librarian knew which manuscript to hide if the bishop dropped by unannounced. Of course, not every monk scribbled secrets for mischief. Many were honest healers, recording what worked so the next generation could suffer a little less. Imagine Brother Aldrich with a new novice at his side. The boy fumbles with ink. The candle sputters. Aldrich guides his hand, teaching him how to draw mandrake's forked roots in the margin, how to write a dosage without making it obvious. He warns him never to brag, never to sell, never to share with a drunk knight who might rub the ointment on his horse and swear he saw angels at the inn. In old scrolls, tucked between lines of saints' martyrdoms, you find the quiet voice of these men. One scribbled, "Do not take this brew before prayer, lest visions confuse the tongue." Another confessed, "I tested the poppy wine. Too late in the night, my dreams were bright, but my pen wandered from the truth." Sometimes, their curiosity betrayed them. Rumors of monks flying in sleep. Monks confessing to visions, too vivid to be holy. Sometimes an abbot punished them with silent years in colder cells. Sometimes, a monastery burned old recipes before an inquisitor could sniff too close. Yet always, a few pages survived, passed hand to hand, copied behind locked doors, stitched into larger manuscripts with dull titles, so no suspicious bishop bothered to read past page 3. Some of these hidden lines reached further lands. Arabic scholars borrowed them, improved them, sent them back in silk caravans. A monk in France read an improved version of an Egyptian root cure for fevers, added his note in sloppy Latin, and passed it to Brother Aldrich, who tested it on sheep first, himself second. Not all experiments were harmless. A careless novice once mixed too much henbane into an ink pot. By dawn, 2 scribes claimed to see angels in the rafters, and the abbot found the psalms half finished, pages covered in doodles of dancing goats. The novice was sent to the fields for a month, weeding turnips while the others giggled behind their sleeves. Yet the work continued, because pain never sleeps, and fear never fully obeys rules. A peasant knocked on the monastery gate with a festering wound. Brother Aldrich opened it. He chose the risky ointment over holy water alone. He thanked God if it worked. He blamed himself if it didn't. Tonight, drifting warm in your bed, imagine sitting beside him at his desk. Smell the ink, the candle wax, the faint sharp tang of crushed root on his fingers. He leans in, whispers in your ear. This one helps with the ache. Use only a drop. He smiles, hides the scrap of parchment under his robe, and returns to copying psalms as if he never spoke. One day, his bones will rest beneath the cold stones of the monastery floor. The garden will change hands. The abbot will preach that holy prayer alone saves souls. But somewhere on a dusty shelf, a forgotten manuscript will wait for someone like you, someone curious, someone kind, someone brave enough to wonder if a single dried leaf can open a door to better sleep, less pain, and a dream bright enough to hush tomorrow's worries. So hush now, sleepyhead. You owe Brother Aldrich nothing tonight. No secrets, no confession, only your calm breath and the slow drift towards sleep. Let the stone walls fade. Let the chant soften. In this quiet space between dreams, monks who knew too much smile at you, grateful you listened when they whispered through parchment and centuries. And tomorrow we shall visit even stranger pages. So sleep well tonight. Rest your mind. Rest your bones. And if you dream of old libraries and gentle brothers humming at midnight, know that somewhere in the soft dark, a curious monk smiles and dips his quill for you. Section 8. The Village Alehouse, where secrets and ales flow freely are. You're still here. Good. Tonight, let's step away from monks and herbs for a while. Let's push open a creaking wooden door, duck under a low beam, and stand in the warm, smoky heart of medieval life, the village alehouse. Forget the silent monastery. Forget the forest hut. Tonight, your company is a loud room filled with stale straw, spilled ale, and secrets that bubble up faster than the beer foam. Every village had one, some had two, if the locals were extra thirsty or extra unhappy. The alehouse was more than a place to drink. It was the medieval news channel, courtroom, marriage agency, and confessional, all under a thatched roof, with suspicious stains on the ceiling. Step inside with me now. Listen, a fiddle squeals in the corner. A dog sleeps under a bench, one eye half open for crumbs. A barmaid swings a pitcher big enough to drown a cat, laughing as she dodges a farmer's clumsy flirting. In the corner, 3 old men lean close. They pretend to play dice, but really they gossip about whose wife was seen leaving, whose barn too late last night. Near the hearth, a pair of travelling merchants brag about cities you've never heard of and swear they once dined with a baron, though everyone knows they sleep behind their cart most nights. The air is warm, heavy with yeast, sweat, and the sour tang of spilled ale soaking into the floor. No one cares. Here, you do not worry about the priest's stern look or the Lord's taxes. Here, you worry only about who buys the next round. Ale itself was the lifeblood of these nights. Brewing was a daily art done mostly by women. By the way, in a village, the alewife was often more powerful than the reeve or the priest, at least until her kegs ran dry. She kept her recipe locked inside her head, measured hops with a sharp eye, and knew which neighbour's gossip needed to be drowned in an extra strong pint. Picture her now, sleeves rolled to her elbows, hair pinned back, stirring a bubbling pot with a spoon bigger than your arm. She tastes it, nods, mutters that this batch will make old Thomas sing dirty songs on the table again. She does not mind. Singing drunks pay double before they pass out. Medieval ale wasn't quite beer as we know it today. It was low in alcohol, cloudy, sour, and best drunk fresh before it turned into vinegar. Small ale for children and daytime thirst. Stronger brew for nights like this. when a man wanted to forget that tomorrow he must dig, plough, or beg for mercy from the landlord, and forget they did. The alehouse was freedom, freedom to curse the Lord, praise the king, complain about the weather, or swear that next season your turnip crop will finally beat your neighbours. It was the place where a poor man's tongue grew brave, where laughter rolled louder than debt collectors' threats. Not everyone approved. The church frowned on alehouses. Too much drinking, too much dancing, too much temptation under one low roof. Some bishops tried to ban dancing altogether. Imagine that a room full of well-fed peasants, music squeaking, and the bishop scolding them from the doorway. You can guess who the peasants listened to. Troublemakers lurked in every alehouse too. Thieves, dicha cheats, to a bard or two who sang songs, poking fun at the local noble risky business. If a guard happened to be listening behind his mug, but most trouble was harmless, more noisy than dangerous. A punch thrown here, a nose bloodied there, a promise to duel at dawn that no one remembered once the rooster crowed. Secrets, though those stuck to the beams like cobwebs. The alehouse was where you confessed plans to steal a chicken, to run away with the miller's daughter, to sell a pig you didn't quite own yet. Even the local reeve drank here. He heard the rumours, winked, and pretended not to notice. If he told the Lord every crime whispered over mugs, there'd be no one left to harvest the barley for next year's ale. And in the middle of all this chaos, sometimes, just sometimes, a stranger would appear, a pilgrim passing through, his cloak dusty, a badge from Canterbury pinned to his hat, or a herbal peddler with a sack of dried roots he claimed cured more sins than the priest's prayers ever could. The alehouse door opened wide for both. Coin was coin, and gossip was free. Imagine now, sleepyhead, that you sit on a rough bench near the hearth. The fire pops. The mug in your hand is warm and heavy. A drunk shepherd leans too close, breath rich with onions and secrets. He swears the old woman by the river knows how to turn a man into a goat for a silver penny. He swears his cousin tried it once, and now grows horns when the moon is full. You laugh politely. You sip your ale. You let the stories wrap around you like a scratchy blanket. Outside, the wind howls. Inside, the alehouse hums a heartbeat against the cold and the Lord's taxes. Not everyone makes it home sober. Some crawl into haylofts, hoping the pig doesn't mind sharing a bed. Some stumble through fields, wake in ditches, and swear off drink forever until next market day. The alewife shakes her head at each promise, wipes spilled ale off the benches, and prepares another batch, because tomorrow the same souls will come knocking again. For her, brewing is power. She feeds the thirst. She hears the secrets. She knows who kissed whom, behind the church wall. Some lords tried to control the alewives with strict ale taxes, or by forcing them to brew weaker batches. But a smart alewife knew how to keep a hidden keg in the back, stronger than the official brew. A wink, a coin slipped under the mug, and a tired farmer forgot the weight of his debts for one sweet night. Tonight, lying safe in your soft bed, think of those rough benches and smoky rafters. Think of the laughter that rose from dirt-floored rooms. Think of secrets spilled like cheap ale, soaking into the straw, where tomorrow's gossip will sprout. If you ever doubt how humans survive hardship, remember the alehouse. It was proof that sometimes all you need is a warm fire, a sturdy mug, and the shared comfort of knowing everyone else is just as tired, just as flawed, and just as desperate to laugh before the next dawn. Sleep easy. Sleepyhead. No need for stale ale tonight. No need to confess to the reeve. Let your mind drift like foam on a mug light. Harmless. Gone with the morning sun. Tomorrow, the village will wake. The alewife will stir her pot again, and somewhere, in your dreams, you might still hear the faint echo of a fiddle and a drunken promise that next season's turnips will be the biggest yet. Good night, my friend. May your dreams tonight be as warm as the alehouse hearth, as noisy as a mug slammed on an oak table, and as sweet as the hush that follows when the last lamp flickers out and only secrets remain. Section 9. The Itinerant Peddler Gossip. Trinkets and trouble on two legs. You're still here with me tonight. Good. Rest deeper under your blanket, because now we leave the smoky alehouse behind and follow a creaky old cart down a muddy road. Listen for the jangle of pots, the faint whistle of a tune too cheerful for such weary boots. Tonight, we walk behind the most restless figure in the medieval village storybook, the itinerant peddler. Picture him now, or her. Sometimes, a rough cloak patched so many times it looks like a walking quilt, a battered hat hiding eyes sharp as flint. On his back, or tucked inside his rickety cart trinkets, needles, ribbons, cheap knives, herbal packets that might be medicine or might be dust, depending on how honest he feels today. He is welcome everywhere and trusted nowhere. Villagers rush out when they hear his squeaking wheels. Children trailing behind like chicks after a hen. Mothers bargain for sewing needles. A miracle cure for coughs. A length of bright ribbon for Sunday church. Fathers watch their pockets, knowing this sly traveller carries gossip as easily as he carries soap and salt. By nightfall, he settles on a bench in the alehouse, his cart parked safe under the landlord's eye. He unwraps a bundle, shows off cheap silver rings, glass beads that sparkle more than they're worth, tiny carved saints for women who fear dark dreams. The villagers sigh and dig out coins. A new thing, no matter how useless, feels like magic to those who own so little. But trinkets are only half his trade. His true treasure is stories. He brings news from the next village, rumors from the next county, outright lies from 3 villages over. He tells of a noble feud, of a bishop's nephew who ran away with a nun, of a new tax the king may or may not invent next winter. Each tale costs nothing, yet earns him more than all his rattling spoons combined. Secrets, after all, are a currency, and this restless peddler knows how to spend them wisely. Now, sleepyhead, imagine you're a young farm girl. You dream of silk. Though your hands smell of cabbages and soap, the peddler shows you a scrap of blue cloth, rough as old canvas, but brighter than any apron you own. He swears it came from a lady's gown in the city. For a few coins and a shy smile, it's yours. You wear it to church, and for an hour, you feel like a queen. Never mind that, by next Sunday, it will fray at the hem. To the village boys, he offers thin-bladed knives. From Spain, he says, though you can still see the iron mark of the local blacksmith under the grime. Boys puff up their chests, imagining themselves warriors while they cut apples behind the barn. And for the old women who clutch rosaries tighter each year, he sells dried herbs. He claims come from Jerusalem, though he probably scooped them from the ditch 2 miles back. Still, belief is strong medicine, and no one argues once the cough eases or the fever breaks. At the edge of each deal hides a question. Is he trickster or saviour, swindler or necessary nuisance? The villagers never quite decide. They grumble when he leaves. But when he returns a season later, they flock to him like flies to honey. Not every lord loves a wandering trader. Peddlers dodge tax, slip through toll gates, spread gossip that stirs peasants to grumble, louder than they should. Some towns ban them outright. Some try to trap them with stiff market fees. But a clever peddler knows the back roads better than any taxman, and has cousins in every hamlet to hide him if trouble comes. Sometimes, The peddler does more than sell ribbon and stories. He carries news of rebellion, whispers that the baron's son mistreats his tenants, hints that, just across the valley, people talk of refusing the next levy. He smiles wide while he says it, voice casual, but he watches which villagers lean closer, which ones frown, which ones nod slowly behind the reeve's back, and sometimes, for the right coin slipped under a cheese wheel or tied in a sack of beans, he carries messages, love notes, bribes, threats folded neat between prayer cards. No guard searches a man whose cart rattles with so much junk it might collapse any moment. Do you see him clearer now? Under the cheerful grin, under the polite bow, lives, a mind always ticking. He survives not by muscle, but by reading every face faster than a priest reads his morning psalms. By dawn, when his cart squeaks out of the village, he leaves behind more than ribbon scraps and dulled knives. He leaves behind fresh rumors, fresh envy, fresh hope that maybe next time he'll bring back silk for real. Sometimes he finds more trouble than he bargains for. A jealous husband, a bailiff who decides he owes last year's toll, a village where the last charm he sold failed so badly that now he's blamed for a goat that died and a child that coughs too much at night. When that happens, he slips away before the cock crows. He knows which hedge to crawl through, which path loops around the reeve's barn, which river crossing hides a quiet boatman willing to row for a copper penny. And so the legend grows: the peddler who cannot be caught, who cannot be trusted, who always returns just when you need him most. Tonight, curled in your safe bed, I think how often this wanderer stitched villages together. He was the human thread connecting lonely farms to far-off cities, bringing scraps of silk and tales of kings, warnings of plague and whispers of rebellion. He knew which lord fought which bishop, which mercenary band moved south, which herbal cure might help your daughter sleep when prayers fail. In a world without newspapers, he was the ink and the headline and the gossipy footnote all in one. And when he sat by the alehouse fire, feet blistered, alewife's cat sniffing his sack for salted fish, he too dreamed of a little hut perhaps, a wife to fuss over his cough, a warm corner where he need not watch the door each night. But dawn always called him back to the road, to the next coin, the next secret, the next tale that no one should believe, yet everyone wants to hear. Tomorrow, if you find your thoughts restless turning like wheels on muddy lanes, remember this peddler. Not all wanderers are lost. Some carry whole kingdoms in a rickety cart, disguised as beads and ribbon, hope and trouble. Sleep easy now, sleepyhead. No sly trader knocks on your door tonight. No gossip costs you a coin. Drift instead through dream roads, where every turn brings a new story, every mile a new face, and when the morning cockerel cries, we'll pack up our own cart, another tale, another secret, another quiet laugh, waiting just around the bend. Good night. May your dreams be safe, your pillow softer than a peddler's bed of straw, and your heart curious enough to wander these roads with me again tomorrow. Section 10. The village healer, between miracles and misery. Settle in deeper tonight. Sleepyhead, let your thoughts hush. Let your breath match the rhythm of old village winds that once slipped through cracked shutters and clay walls. Tonight, we visit a figure who stood half in shadow, half in hope, the village healer. Forget for a moment the monks and the sly peddler's promises. This is the soul people turned to when the baby burned with fever, when the old man's cough rattled like dry seeds, when a gash from a plough threatened to turn a strong arm into a grave marker. Every village had one, though they might not wear the title proudly. Some called them leech, bone setter, cunning woman, or just granny. No matter the name, they did the work. No priest's Latin or Lord's coin could easily fix. They fought pain with herbs, prayers, and sometimes stubborn, quiet magic born from long nights and older secrets. Imagine her now, a bent back that once stood straight, fingers crooked from years, pulling roots and setting bones back in place. Her house smells of garlic, dried mint, and the faint sour edge of poultices drying by the hearth. On the table, jars of fat, jars of wine steeped with petals, rags stained with last winter's blood. She has seen things that hush gossip on cold nights. She knows which mother cries too late for saving, which child's rash hides something the priest dare not name. She knows when hope is a lie, and still she stirs her pot, ties her apron tighter, and tells the family to pray while she does the real battle. Her knowledge lives in calloused hands, not in books. Recipes tested by risk. Chew this leaf for toothache. Boil this bark for lung fever. Burn this resin when the house stinks of sick flesh. She learned by watching her mother, who learned from her grandmother, who learned from no school but hunger and desperation. The villagers trust her because they have no one else. When the castle doctor rides through once a year, he demands coin and care in Latin words. The healer asks for an egg, a loaf, a promise to keep chickens out of her herb patch. And she does not leave at sunset. She sits by the bed, wipes the sweat, whispers, comfort, no bishop ever taught. She works with what she has: nettle for blood, yarrow for wounds, poppy to hush a scream, and sometimes she guesses, because not every illness listens to leaves. Not every spirit leaves with incense. When all else fails, she knows how to fold her hands, close her eyes, and sit with the dying so they do not meet the dark alone. This is why some called her witch, not for hexes, but for refusing despair, for daring to stand between life and death without holy robes, for knowing more than a man should if he never carried a child or buried a daughter. That knowledge drew suspicion like smoke draws flies, and yet the same villagers who crossed themselves at her crooked doorway would wake her at midnight when their son convulsed by the hearth. They begged her to break the fever, soothe the cough, pray for the bleeding to stop. She answered the knock. Every time, sometimes she failed. No leaf, no root, no whispered word could halt the pale horse when it came trotting into the village. Then the same voices who praised her called her cursed. They whispered she stole life for her black cat. They spat at her fence. They avoided her at market, until their own gut twisted again, and they came crawling back. She bore it all, because there is a stubborn hope buried deep in any healer that one more brew might work, that this time the herbs will listen, that maybe death might be too busy elsewhere tonight. Not every healer was a bent old woman, though some were men who learned midwifery from wives now buried under churchyard sod. Some were young girls, sharp-eyed and brave enough to gather herbs at dusk, while others whispered they'd never marry if they knew too much. And in every cottage, a box tucked away dried flowers, twisted roots, old bones, maybe a scrap of a saint's robe or a nail taken from a church door, just in case the herbs failed and faith needed a little help. Imagine this. You lie on a straw mattress, sweat beading at your hairline. A cough that started last week now rattles like a snake in your chest. Your mother sits beside you, eyes raw from worry. At the foot of the bed, the healer leans forward, fingers at your pulse, lips moving in a language older than the priest's Latin. She knows it might not work. She knows gossip will circle her door if you slip away. Still, she wraps her scarf tighter, blows on the spoon, lifts it to your cracked lips. You drink. It tastes bitter, sharp, a slap of root and hope. Outside, chickens mutter at the night wind. Inside, your chest loosens. just enough to sleep. She pats your mother's hand, murmurs that she'll return at dawn. She will. She always does. Sometimes. Her cure works a small miracle. The fever breaks. The baby wakes pink and furious for milk. The old man stands again by spring planting. For a moment, she is a queen in rags, a savior without a halo. Other times, the miracle does not come. She walks home alone, heart heavy. She sprinkles salt at her doorstep, so grief does not follow her inside. She boils lavender in water to drown the smell of loss. She sleeps sitting up, boots on, because dawn might bring another knock. The healer's burden was never the sick alone. It was the blame and the praise, the impossible dance between miracle and misery. No law protected her. No bishop blessed her. Yet villagers leaned on her as sure as they leaned on their ploughs. When plague came, and oh, it always did, she fought alongside terrified monks, burning clothes, brewing stronger teas, refusing to run, even when she knew breath and hope would run out first. She fell sick herself sometimes. Some lived to brew again. Some did not. Their graves went unmarked, but not forgotten. Another healer stepped forward, apron-tiered, voice steady. Tonight, sleepyhead. Think of her. Not a witch with warts and cruel laughter, but a weary soul who knew the names of leaves and the fragile hush between heartbeat and heaven. Think how her courage hums through every hospital hallway now, how her stubborn hope clings to every nurse's pocket, every old recipe scribbled in a grandmother's kitchen, in your dreams. Let her guide you through shadowed cottages, whisper names of herbs you'll never need, but might one day love to say aloud: valerian for sleep, sage for sorrow, thyme for the grief you keep tucked under your ribs. Sleep easy, little one. No fever in your chest tonight. No shadow at your door. The healer's hands are folded in rest for once. Here, kettle cool, her cat purring softly at her feet, and tomorrow she will rise again. She always does. A fresh root to crush, a fresh wound to bind, a fresh rumor to endure, proof that, no matter how cruel the world, there is always someone stubborn enough to stand at the fragile doorway between suffering and survival. Good night, my dear dreamer. May your rest be deep, your breath easy, and your faith in gentle, hidden healers remain stronger than any darkness. Section 11. The Miller's Secret Flower. Greed and Whispered Curses. Welcome back. Sleepyhead. Stretch your toes under the blanket. Tonight, we drift away from sick rooms and healing herbs and step into a world powdered white with flour, thick with gossip, and always suspiciously too profitable for its own good. Tonight, we visit the miller. Yes, the humble miller who ground more than just grain and kept more secrets than most priests could ever guess. Imagine the village from above, a sprawl of thatched roofs, muddy tracks, a crooked church spire, and always, by the river or perched on a windy hill, the mill, a stout building groaning with turning gears and creaking wheels, churning the villagers' wheat into the bread that kept them standing, and in its shadow, the miller apron smeared with flour, eyes bright, with the kind of sly sparkle that made peasants mutter prayers when they measured out their sacks. You see, the miller was both blessing and curse. Without him, there was no bread. With him, there was always suspicion that your precious grain lost a handful or two before it became a nice soft loaf. They joked about it openly until winter came, and a missing handful meant a hungry child. Step inside now. The air smells like damp stone, dust, and a faint sweetness where mice have stolen a meal or two. Heavy wooden cogs clatter overhead, splattering flour across the miller's hair, so he looks half ghost, half devil, depending who's complaining this week. He welcomes every villager, with a grin wide as the river. He weighs your sack. He hums an old tune. He promises fair share. You leave. Half pleased. Half suspicious. Did he take more this time? Will he deny it if you accuse him? Of course he will. No one can ever prove it. And so the dance continues. Season after season. But the clever miller knows something more. He knows the power of quiet generosity. When the reeve's wife wants a finer flour for her Sunday pie, he adds a scoop. No charge. When the widow can't spare the milling fee, he nods, waves her off, knowing next harvest her eldest son will mend his fence for free, and when the baron's steward thunders in, demanding the lord's share be weighed twice, the miller bows low, shows the scales, smiles like an angel, while his hidden stone, rigged under the floor, bumps the weight just enough to fatten his own cellar. Not all millers were thieves, but none were saints. The job itself tempted mischief, so much grain passing through your hands. So easy to pinch a pinch here, a scoop there. If you were careful, you never grew too rich to be obvious. But never poor enough to envy your neighbour's cow. Stories swirled around millers, like flour in a draughty barn. They said some buried coins under the millstone, sealed with wax and prayers, to keep the spirits away. They said a few courted witches to bless the wheel with endless wind or water. So the Lord's grain turned faster than any peasants could. And oh, the river millers tricksters of another breed. They could slow the flow for an enemy, or speed it up for a bribe. They whispered threats to the river itself, cursing upstream neighbours or begging rain when drought cracked the mill pond to mud. If a rival's mill wheel jammed mysteriously in the night, well, no miller ever confessed, but he knew something else. 2. The river and the wind were not loyal friends. Storms stole wheels. Frost splintered beams. Rats nibbled at sacks when no one watched. So the clever miller kept a second trade, tucked under his dusty apron. Some sold secrets to the reeve who hoarded grain, who sold wheat behind his master's back. Some lent coin at interest, so steep it drowned desperate farmers deeper than the river ever could. Some whispered curses over a bag of wheat to spoil a rival's bakehouse, though if asked, they'd swear they only blessed it. Cross their flowery hearts, late at night, when the wheel creaked to silence, the miller might sit by a candle, counting coins nobody ever saw him earn, his wife dozing by the hearth, a cat curled on a sack, the old dog twitching at dreams of chasing rats bigger than itself. Did he feel guilt? Maybe. Maybe not. He'd argue if you cornered him with your torch and your anger that he fed the village. He braved the floods. He mended the wheel alone at midnight. Wasn't he owed a handful for his trouble? Villagers grumbled. But they grumbled with bread in their bellies. So the miller survived gossip. Envy. Curses muttered at dusk. Every year, the church sermon warned about greed and cheating neighbours. Every year, the miller bowed humbly in the front pew, then went home and counted his hidden handfuls. Children learned early not to cross the miller. He caught them stealing grain from the bins. They said, some claimed he could curse your family's flour, so no loaf ever rose again. Did he do it? Who knows? But no child wanted to eat flat bread for life. If you wandered close at dawn, you'd hear the wheel turning before any rooster crowed. He rose before the sun, worked until the moon scolded him to bed. A life of splinters in his palms, flour in his beard, and constant worry that next harvest might be thin, that the river might rise too high, that the villagers might stop believing his grin. But when famine came, when plague made grain precious as gold, even the stingiest miller loosened his grip. He ground widows' wheat for free. He gave stale flour to mothers who begged at his door. He knew that a man too cruel would find his wheel smashed to splinters by furious fists. Fear taught kindness where faith sometimes failed. Imagine him now. Sleepyhead. Candle flickering low. He tests the grind with 2 fingers. Rubs it between thumb and nail. Satisfied. He hums a tune he learned from his father. Who learned it from his father. All of them keeping a bit too much, and giving just enough back to stay safe. In your dreams, if you wander near an old mill, listen for that hum. Listen for the quiet whir of a wheel that never really stops turning. Not even when the village sleeps. Some secrets creak on forever, hidden under layers of honest bread and dishonest handfuls. And if you dream yourself as the miller, remember, keep your scales honest enough to fool a reeve, but crooked enough to feed your children better than your neighbors can. Smile wide, hum loud, and trust no one who asks too many questions about how much flour you really keep. Sleep easy now. Dear listener, no need to fear missing grain tonight. No gossip about your loaf at dawn. Only the steady hum of an ancient wheel, spinning away your worries until the morning sun finds you safe, warm, and a little wiser about the flour on your plate. Tomorrow, another secret waits. But tonight, let the miller's grin guard your dreams. Let the turning wheel hush your thoughts, and let your breath fall soft, like flour drifting down, gentle, silent, never wasted. Good night. May your dreams be warm as fresh bread, and may every secret you keep be lighter than a miller's stolen handful. Section 12. The Lord's Steward Taxes. Tattle, and a belly full of secrets. Well then, you're still awake, tucked safely under your blanket. Good. Tonight, drift with me up the muddy road, past the creaking mill, beyond the gossiping alehouse, straight into the cold stone heart of the Lord's manor. Here, behind carved doors and heavy drapes, lives a man. Villagers curse louder than the miller, yet fear more than the priest. Tonight, we meet the steward. Picture him not the Lord himself, lounging in silk, but the steward, his eyes sharper than any blade, his ledger thicker than any Bible, his belly just soft enough to make peasants believe he's harmless. He is not in every manner. The steward ruled where the Lord's lazy eyes did not reach. He tallied how many pigs squealed in pens, how many sheep grazed the common, how many sacks of wheat the miller claimed this month, and how many he truthfully gave. He collected rents. He collected fines for grazing goats where they shouldn't be grazed. He collected bribes, though never in front of witnesses. When he walked into a cottage yard, children vanished behind fences. Housewives yanked fresh-baked bread off the table, tucking it under rags as if he could tax a crust. And oh, he could, if he wanted. Imagine him now, his cloak too fine for mud, yet always muddy anyway. His leather satchel clinks with the weight of silver pennies scraped from calloused hands. He knocks on a crooked door, a polite cough at his throat, a quill ready to note how late you are with rent. You stammer excuses. Bad harvest. Sick cow. A wolf too bold. Last winter. He nods kindly, writes it all down, smiles, a smile as dry as stale bread. He does not forgive. Heatherlays. He promises to mention it to the Lord. He rarely does. Instead, he jots your name in his ledger's margin. Afin note, possible de faute. Watch wife's chickens. Because the steward never trusts your words alone. He trusts Tattle. He trusts old Maud, who whispers at his gate that your son traps rabbits in the Lord's woods. He trusts the miller, who lets slip that your sacks seem lighter than the last tenant's. He trusts his ears more than your tears. Yet for all this, he is not cruel, for cruelty's sake. He is practical. A steward knows the Lord loves gold more than prayers. So he tightens the strings, weighs the grain, fines the drunk, flogs the poacher, Also, the master may dine on venison and honey, while the village nibbles black bread and cheese rind. At the same time, he knows mercy when it suits him. He might overlook a missing chicken if you mend the manor fence for free. He might forget your late rent if your daughter brings fresh eggs every Sabbath. Fair trade. He calls it extortion. The villagers mutter behind locked doors. Sometimes, late at night, the steward sits at his small desk near the manor's kitchen hearth. The lord sleeps upstairs, drunk on wine brought from France at a price that emptied 10 peasant pockets each. Be candlelight. The steward dips his quill, scratches neat lines, who owes what, who might rebel, who must be watched. He pauses, fingers tapping the table, as if calculating whether his own soul is worth a halfpenny more tonight than yesterday. In truth, he dreams too, not of freedom like the peddler, nor simple bread like the miller. He dreams of safety, of rising high enough no peasant can spit at his boots, nor lord can toss him aside, like a stale bone. Perhaps, if luck holds, he will retire to a small house in town, with enough coin to forget these cold stone walls forever. But for now, he serves the Lord. He bows deep when summoned, stands silent, while nobles argue over who shall pay for another hunt or another useless war. He pretends to agree with every demand, every sudden whim. Then he trudges back to the village, ledger heavy, stomach sour, wondering why the rich never notice the cracks beneath their feet. Do you pity him, perhaps? He chose this life, a path safer than ploughing rocks, more certain than betting on next year's harvest. Yet every silver penny weighs him down. He knows this, the more he collects. The more the villagers glare. The less he collects, the more the Lord suspects him. So he balances on a knife's edge too harsh, and revolt brews behind hedges, too soft, and the master's whip curls around his shoulders instead. Once in a while, he forgets himself. He lets old Tom the swineherd keep an extra piglet. He forgives the miller's rigged scales. He brings a basket of apples to the healer when her back gives out in frost season. He calls this kindness. He calls it insurance. Both are true, and sometimes, rarely, he confesses. Not to a priest. Priests gossip worse than hens. He confesses to the steward's ledger, his loyal paper witness. A shaky note in the margin: they suffer too much this winter. Delay rot. Pray, the Lord does not notice. No saint. This man, no hero, either. But in villages like this, even a small mercy tastes sweeter than milk in May. The peasants tell stories about him. They say he eats roast goose every night, while their children lick crumbs from cold bowls. They say he buries coins under the manor floor, counting them by moonlight. They say his ledger is written in demon ink, so no page ever burns away his sins. Most is nonsense, but not all. Sometimes, a steward flees. The Lord's wrath is a sudden storm rumour of missing silver, rumour of bribes, rumour that the steward tucked away enough coin to buy a ship and vanish across the narrow sea. Now and then, the rumour is true. A clever steward does not depoor, only careless ones do. Tonight, sleepyhead. Imagine this figure, pacing under flickering torches. A village man once, now dressed in borrowed power. His ears catch every cry of hunger, every clink of stolen coin, every secret a wife swears she never told. He files them away behind a mild grin and says, "You owe nothing but loyalty, my friend, and everyone knows loyalty costs more than grain ever did. Sleep now, far from his reach. No steward knocks on your door tonight. No ledger marks your dreams unpaid. Rest easy. Beneath blankets no tax can touch. And tomorrow, when we wake, perhaps we shall wander into the Lord's grand hall itself, where bigger lies nestle beneath velvet drapes, and power slips through ringed fingers, faster than flour through the miller's grasp. But for now, hush, let your mind drift, like spilled grain, on a windless floor. Let the steward's secrets rest at the bottom of an ink pot no one will ever dare to empty. Good night. Gentle dreamer, may no man weigh your worth in silver. May your dreams be tax-free, your sleep deep, and your heart richer than any ledger could measure. Section 13. The Village Widow Gossip. Grief and quiet power. Hush now. Rest deeper under your blanket. Tonight, we leave the steward, counting silver behind his door. We slip back into the winding lanes where chickens peck at mud and old fences lean like tired shoulders. Here lives someone everyone fears a little, pities a little more, and gossips about endlessly when the lamp is blown out. Tonight, we sit beside the village widow. Don't wrinkle your brow too soon. She is not the tragic soul you think. Oh, she has wept her share, at a grave dug shallow because men were too tired to dig deeper. She has washed the blood from a husband's shirt, folded it small, hidden it at the bottom of a chest she swore never to open again. She has watched neighbours flinch when she crosses their door, worried her shadow might drag misfortune behind it. But if you see only her grief, you miss her power. In a village like this, the widow sits at the edge of pity and suspicion. She has no husband to hush her voice, no father to order her home before dusk, no grown sons, sometimes, to watch her back or chain her tongue. And so, while the priest prays for her soul and the steward checks if she pays her rent, the widow learns to slip between the cracks. She knows who steals eggs, who slips into the barn when a husband snores too loud. She knows which girl will soon tug her apron tighter and whisper for herbs to quiet the secret beneath her ribs. She knows where the reeve hides coin for his ale, where the steward's daughter meets the miller's boy behind the old oak. She has lost much, yet gained this a freedom no married woman dares crave aloud. Step into her cottage with me now. The door sighs on its hinge. Inside, the hearth breathes low. On a crooked shelf, dried herbs dangle upside down, brushing against old prayer beads no priest has blessed in years. A black hen clucks in the corner, pecking spilled oats. On the table, a cup half full of strong brew, bitter enough to jolt the dead. She sits, back straight, eyes sharp. Her hands move even while you talk, mending a sock, twisting a thread, snapping a twig to feed the small fire. If you lie, she sees it. If you boast, she smiles politely and files it away with other secrets that might buy her tomorrow's loaf. Neighbours visit her carefully. A young wife asks for advice when her husband's hand grows too heavy after too much ale. A farmer's daughter whispers about a rash that no holy water has washed away. They speak in low voices, glancing at the door, praying no gossip tale follows them home. Some say the widow is half witch, half saint. When a child recovers, after she lays a charm under the pillow, the parents thank the Virgin first. Then here, when a calf dies, even after her tea was poured into its mouth, they curse her behind closed shutters. She does not care. She has already buried her reputation alongside her husband. She has no time to mend it. Once, long ago, she might have loved him fiercely, a man with rough palms and a soft laugh that made her forget how sharp the world can be. She remembers his voice better than his face now. Death fades, fuss is fast, but the laugh that lives forever, tucked behind her stern mouth, breaking free sometimes when the miller's boy trips over his own pride and lands in her chicken yard. She owns her cottage because no one dares claim it. She keeps her roof patched with favours owed, secrets traded, and a sharp tongue that slices pity to ribbons. If the steward raises her rent, he finds his henhouse rattled by nightfall, nothing stolen. Just enough feathers scattered to make him wonder who might be next. She is not cruel. She is simply too tired for kindness that leaves her weaker tomorrow. When the healer falls ill, she brews the tea. When the peddler limps into town with a bruise under his eye, she hides him a night and sends him off with bread and the sharp promise that if he lies to her again, he'd better limp fast. Some brave fool once tried to woo her, a widower himself, certain her cottage would warm twice as well with his boots by her hearth. She laughed so hard she wept. Then she sent him away with a crust of stale bread and the warning that no second grave would ever claim her freedom. Lonely, yes, but not alone. Her window glows soft at night while others snore. A bowl of broth waits if the healer's apprentice taps on her door with a scratchy cough. A spare blanket lies folded for the shepherd boy, who lost his way in the storm, in a village so tangled with duty and hunger. Her small corner of lawlessness hums like a soft rebellion, a reminder that a woman without a man can stand taller than any lord's stone wall. If she dares, children fear her and love her in equal measure. She pinches ears that stray too close to her garden, yet slips sweetened nuts into grubby hands when no mother watches. They say she talks to ghosts. Some swear they see her whisper to the old oak behind her cottage when the moon spills silver on her yard. Maybe she does. Why not, when you have sat so close to loss? You learn to speak kindly to shadows. They answer. If you're quiet enough, one winter, the steward found her taxes unpaid. He thumped on her door, threat heavy on his tongue. She opened it slow, offered him a seat by the hearth. He left an hour later, pale and silent, debt erased with a single whispered truth she had hidden under her tongue for 5 hard years. No man dared ask her what she traded that night. Imagine her now. Sleepyhead. She sits by her small fire, steam rising from a chipped cup. Her eyes flick to the door, then back to her sewing. Outside, the wind rattles the thatch. Inside, her heart beats steady as a drum older than any chapel bell. She is no witch. She is no saint. She is survival, wrapped in thin bones and memories, too stubborn to fade. And if the village gossips about her, so be it. Gossip pays rent better than pity ever could. Tonight, as you drift beneath your warm blanket, thank her silently for every secret she keeps that spares the village scandal, for every harsh truth she swallows so the young may sleep, believing love never rots, for every curse she never bothers to cast, knowing life curses crueler than she ever could. Sleep now. Dream softly of a small cottage, a black hen scratching the floor, a strong tea, steeping bitter but kind on the tongue. If you wake in darkness, listen for her laugh, tucked in your pillow sharp. Warm, proof that grief, once conquered, makes you braver than any lord's sword. Good night, little dreamer. May your secret stay safe as hers. May your heart grow steady as hers. And may tomorrow greet you with the quiet power that lives in every widow who learns to stand alone and never bows twice to sorrow. Section 14. The Village Alewife Foam. Rumour and a pint of rebellion settle deeper tonight. Sleepyhead. Let the wind hush outside your window. Here, beneath your blanket, we open the creaky tavern door and step inside the warm, dark heart of any medieval village, the alehouse. And behind the battered counter, sleeves rolled, hair tied back, eyes sharper than the steward's quill, stands the alewife. Ah, the village alewife, neither saint nor sinner, but a little of both, if you believe every rumour that drips from loose tongues after the third mug. She brews more than ale. She stirs gossip into every pot, sprinkles secrets into every barrel, and serves rebellion by the pint to men, too tired to complain in daylight. Picture her now, apron stained with spilled foam, hands broad from kneading barley mash, voice strong enough to hush two drunks with one word. Her tavern might be nothing but a low-roofed room with rushes on the floor, a single hearth spitting embers, and benches too rough for a noble backside. Yet here, she reigns, long before sunrise. She stands in the chill, stirring a mash tub with a paddle taller than the village priest. She hums a song older than taxes, older than the steward's grandfather. While the barley steeps, she tosses handfuls of herbs, maybe mint, maybe something more secret, because each batch needs its soul, and she is the soul keeper. By dusk, the smell drifts out the door, pulling men from fields and wives from worries. They gather on benches slick with spilled beer and spit out the day's burdens at her feet. Some call her greedy. They swear she waters the ale when rent is due. Others call her generous, especially when the steward owes a coin and she forgets to mention it if he looks the other way about her taxes. Both truths swirl in her barrels like yeast in the mash. She owes no one an explanation. Children peek through cracks, hoping she slips them the froth off the last mug. She does, not for pity's sake, but because every young tongue wagging about her kindness keeps watchful mothers quiet when she cuts her hops with herbs. The priest claims, reek of witchcraft. In her alehouse, news moves faster than the peddler's feet ever could. Farmers grumble about grain tithes. Millers moan about the steward's scales. Boys brag they might run off to join the king's next hopeless war. She listens to it all, nods at none of it, and remembers every word for the day. Silence might save her skin, because the alewife knows, oh, she knows she balances on a barrel-top edge. Too much kindness, and the reeve calls her soft. Too little, and the drunkard's wife curses her hearth for tempting her man into another mug. But tonight, listen closer. Beneath the foam and laughter, her alehouse brews quiet rebellion. Here, peasants learn they are not alone. Here, someone whispers how the Lord's taxes choke the valley tighter than any noose. Here, eyes meet across ale mugs and agree, maybe next year. They push back. She does not shout it herself. No, she just leans her elbows on the sticky counter, wipes a mug with her apron hem, and hums, while men's tongues trip into dangerous truths they would never dare say under sober roofs. When the steward pokes his nose in, she bows low, pours him a mug sweeter than he deserves, laughs at his jokes, feeds him bread and rumour alike, until he staggers out, humming a tune he won't remember come morning. And when he's gone, she sweeps up the rushes, pours herself the last sip, and sits alone with her secrets. A cat curls at her feet. The hearth sighs low. Her hair smells of malt and ashes. She breathes deep, content enough for tonight. Not every alewife is wise. Some brew weak swill, cheat their patrons, ruin their name before it ever matters. But the clever ones, like her, become the beating heart of the village, half gossip mill, half hidden parliament, all backbone when storms come howling. Once, she was a girl who laughed behind her mother's skirts, watching barley dry on the floor. Then she was a wife who wept beside a shallow grave because plague, or famine, or simply the way men drink themselves into cold earth. And now, she is this, a woman who owns the hearth, no man can claim, who pays the rent, in coins and secrets alike. She knows every face. She knows who drinks to remember and who drinks to forget. She knows whose hand trembles around a mug because he fears tomorrow's rent more than tonight's headache. Sometimes, she softens. The old shepherd, who never pays on time, gets a mug anyway. The lonely widow finds a warm corner by the fire, a slice of bread when her larder is empty. The healer sits near the hearth, feet up, dozing, while the alewife hums her old brewing song, and sometimes her mercy dries up. A fist fights too freely, she flings him out, nose bleeding into the mud. A hand creeps under a maiden's skirt. She cracks him across the skull with her stirring paddle. Hard enough, the whole tavern falls silent. Mugs midair. The church frowns at her. The priest preaches that ale breeds sin, that her laughter tempts honest men from wives and prayers. She nods politely when he scolds her at Sunday Mass. Then she brews twice as strong the next week, and watches him slip in at dusk for a small mug and a hushed confession about the steward's daughter and the miller's boy. If you ever find yourself in her village, sleepyhead, step carefully through her door, nod to the drunks, mind your purse, pay your coin without haggling, then zit, sip slow, and watch, see how her eyes flick from mug to mouth, weighing every word, every secret, every dream for tomorrow's storm. When plague comes, she does not close her door. When famine bites, she waters the ale, so everyone has at least a sip. When soldiers march past, she smiles wide, serves them stale bread, and tells them nothing worth burning her village for. Tonight, you have no need to fear her paddle or her sharp tongue. Tonight, in your dreams, her ale flows warm and gentle. It tastes like Kiat defiance, like barley fields under summer sun, like laughter in a dark room where troubles sleep at the bottom of an empty mug. Sleep now, dream of a tavern where secrets taste sweet, where rumour bubbles like foam, where one strong woman stands guard over foolish men who think they rule her world. In truth, she brews it, stirs it, sweetens it, and watches it rise again tomorrow, same as she does. Good night, little dreamer. May your mind be free of taxes, your cup always half full, and your courage strong as the alewife's stirring paddle when the world tries to push you down. Section 15. The Village Fool Laughter. Pity, and a sharp eye on truth. Settle down, gentle dreamer. Let the blankets grow heavier on your chest, the night softer around your thoughts. We have sat with the miller, the steward, the alewife, the widow, each tangled in secrets and quiet power. Tonight, we turn to the one soul in this village. Everyone claims to understand, but none truly do. Tonight, we sit beside the village fool. You might think you know him already. The crooked grin, the mismatched clothes, the muddy boots that never stay dry. Children laugh at him. Dogs bark at him. Mothers hush his name when scolding restless sons. To the village, he is the harmless jester, the comic relief when days run too heavy with toil and taxes. But lean closer now. Beneath the smudged face and the loud giggle lives something sharper than most notice. The fool sees what you hide. He laughs. Yes, but laughter is his mask worn, so no one fears the truth. He carries behind wide eyes and sudden silences. By daylight, he wanders the lanes barefoot in spring, boots mismatched in frost. He hums songs no bard claims, songs made of snippets stolen from overheard arguments and lovers' sighs. He carries a stick like a staff, crowned with chicken feathers, a gift from the alewife who once shooed him from her back door, only to find him curled by her hearth that same winter, shivering and mumbling secrets that made her hair stand on end. No one knows where he sleeps. Some say under the old oak by the graveyard. Some swear the widow lets him curl near her hearth when frost claws too deep. He never begs, but bread finds its way into his pockets, tossed by farmers who once heard him cackle at the steward's horse, losing a shoe right before a rent collection. Coin rolls his way now and then, 2 tiny offerings to keep him pleased, to keep him quiet, for while they call him fool, none truly believe he is harmless. He has a knack for repeating the wrong words at the worst moment. Words that slide from a drunk's mouth on Friday night and bloom on the Lord's table come Sunday. Once, the steward grabbed him by the collar, hissed threats. No priest could forgive. The fool only laughed, so loud the chickens fled their coop, then whispered one name, one secret. Soft as a prayer, the steward's grip vanished. Next day, the fool ate honeyed bread from the manor's own pantry, while the steward pretended he'd never laid a hand on him. Sometimes he is cruel. He mimics the limp of the old reeve, the squeal of the miller's daughter when her lover leaves before dawn. He dances like a chicken when the drunkard's wife storms through the alehouse, flinging curses at every man who dares laugh. The villagers roar at first, then grow quiet, glancing at each other, wondering how much the fool sees, how much he plans to sing tomorrow. Yet sometimes he is kind. A child sobs over a broken toy. The fool sits cross-legged in the mud, mending it with twine and soft nonsense rhymes. He pats the healer's shoulder when her back seizes up and hums a tune she swears dulls the pain more than any herb. He brings wildflowers crushed, muddy, sincere to the widow's window, leaving them without a word when dawn yawns over the thatched roofs. He has no family, or so they say. Some mutter he was born to the old blacksmith's daughter, too wild to raise, too strange to love. Left one stormy night by the river's bend, where the healer found him mewling under the new moon. Others claim he wandered in from the woods one harvest, trailing leaves in his hair, and never left. No one asks him outright. He wouldn't answer if they did. Or maybe he would, spinning 3 tales at once, one too sad to bear, one too foolish to trust, one so close to truth it stings behind your eyes, long after he has skipped away. Cackling at the crows, when plague came, he did not flee. He danced through the sick rooms, flapping his feathered stick at death itself. Some lived, some didn't, but mothers swear his nonsense songs coaxed fevered children back from the brink when holy water failed, and when the famine bit deep, when stew pots rattled empty and the steward's ledger dripped with unpaid rent. The fool scrawled rude drawings on the church door, the Lord fat and snoring, the peasants thin and gnawing bark. The priest thundered from the pulpit, the fool just laughed, chasing geese across the graveyard. Feathers flying like prayers, no saint ever claimed. The children adore him. He teaches them tricks how to catch minnows with bare hands, how to mimic the steward's pompous bow without getting cuffed for it, how to slip an apple from the alewife's barrel when her back is turned. He teaches them laughter is armor thin, patched, but enough to turn away small cruelties for a moment or two. Sometimes her vanishes for days. Some swear he walks the woods where no sane man treads, chatting with owls and foxes, returning with pockets full of acorns and riddles no one solves. When he reappears, it is as if he never left. He skips into the village square, yanks a rooster's tail, and laughs at the miller's wife scolding her straying husband. The Lord calls him harmless, a joke for guests to toss scraps at during feasts. He bows low when summoned, tumbles, jugles halvrotten turnips, and slips truths between his rhymes, so sly, no noble notices, until their wine has long soured. Some whisper, he will die alone. They are wrong. One frost-heavy night, when breath shows in moonlight, the fool will curl in straw behind the widow's hearth, or under the healer's blanket. Or maybe he'll lie beneath the old oak, feathered stick, hugged close, grin soft on his lips. And come dawn, the village will hush. Children will tug at skirts, asking where the fool has gone. No one will answer. But bread left on the graveyard gate will vanish for weeks, as if he still giggles in the hedgerow, pinching a crust when no one watches. Tonight, Sleepyhead. Dream of him, not as pity wrapped in ragged cloth, but as a mirror no one wants, yet all must face. The fool who remembers every lie, who repeats your secrets with a wink, who reminds the mighty that laughter is sharper than any blade if wielded well. Sleep deeper now. In your dreams, may he dance just once for you, spinning through moonlit fields, cackling at the night's sorrow, shaking his feathered stick at every fear you hide under your pillow. Let him guard your sleep with laughter, no grief can hush. Good night. Little dreamer, may your truths be lighter than your lies. May your laughter come easy, and when dawn finds you, that may a trace of the fool's grin linger at the corner of your mouth. Proof you glimpsed something braver than any wisdom whispered by saints. Section 16. The Village Healer Roots. Remedies. And whispers in the dark settle deeper tonight. Gentle dreamer, let your breathing slow. Let the embers behind your eyelids burn soft and low. We have sat with the miller, the steward, the widow, the fool, all weaving secrets into the village's restless sleep. Now, follow me past the last cottage, through tangled herbs scratching your boots, to a small door that never truly closes. Tonight, we knock gently on the healer's threshold. She is older than the village remembers. Or perhaps time has simply stopped counting where she works. Some say she is the daughter of the last healer. Some swear she is the same woman, only changing her name every generation so no one dares doubt her knowledge. They whisper this when fevers rise and prayers fail, when superstition wavers before a pot of hot herbs and a hand that knows where to press and when to pull back. Her cottage is alive long before dawn. Steam curls from a battered chimney. Bundles of roots dry above a fire, so small it never quite dies. Bottles glint on crooked shelves, green glass for coughs, brown earthenware for belly worms, clear vials for wounds, too deep to trust, to luck alone. She moves through her one room like a shadow in a nest of secrets. Bare feet tap on rushes, her voice low. Not quite words, not quite song, an old lullaby that tames both pain and gossip. She has no husband, nor children. Instead, she has the village, every crying infant, every rashy child, every moaning old man who once scoffed at her charms, now begs her for another sip when winter gnaws his bones. They call her wise woman when she saves them, witch when she cannot, saint when she gives her last honey to sweeten death for a dying babe, harlot behind their teeth when a lonely husband visits too often for his aches. She hears it all. She cares for none of it. Words pass through her walls like mist. Her hands are too busy. She knows exactly when the steward's back will spasm from too much ledging by the fire. She knows when the alewife's brew turns sour because the river dipped too low in drought. She knows which child hid behind the haystack, stealing goose eggs he dared not confess to mother or priest. Yet she charges little, sometimes a copper coin, more often a bowl of soup or a loaf of barley bread, sometimes nothing at all, if the eyes before her plead honestly enough. In return, she asks, only silence. Do not shout her name at Mass. Do not drag her herbs to the reeve when your cow fails to birth. Let her be, and she will let you live longer than you deserve. Step inside now. Sleepyhead, smell the sharp mint in the air, the earthy sting of dried wormwood, the faint sweetness of old apples tucked under a shelf for the next unexpected guest. In the corner, a bed so narrow a child might outgrow it, yet enough for the healer to curl herself small when her bones remember the countless nights they bent over men too far gone to save. She remembers each patient, not always their names, but the fever, the wound, the sob. She remembers who cursed her tears last winter, who brought her fresh eggs come spring. She trusts neither more than she trusts the wind to blow kindly when she gathers moss at dawn. Sometimes, The priest scowls at her door. Holy water. He says, "We'll do better than her devil weeds." She nods, hands him a sprig of thyme for his cough. She watches him sneeze out his sermon the next Sunday, while her herbs rest easy by her hearth. Children fear her only until they taste her honey. They peer through her door, wide-eyed at the rows of roots, the dried birds hanging upside down. The tiny bones she swears are only chicken. Though the fool says otherwise, she waves them close, shows them how mint smells on the fingers, how a clover flower tastes sweet as a secret. If you chew it slow, they forget their fear. But they never forget her warnings, never steal from her garden, never lie to her face, and never call her witch when fever scratches at your throat at midnight. She has seen more death than the priest's sermons ever count. She does not flinch anymore when the old mother moans for breath that will not come back. She strokes sweat-slick hair, hums that wordless lullaby, closes eyes when eyelids fall too heavy to lift again. They bury the dead by the old yew tree. She stands back, black shawl wrapped tight. No tears, no prayers. Her tears were spent long ago. In a youth, she cannot remember without tasting the salt on her tongue. Her prayers, she keeps those for the living. The dead do not listen, no matter what the church says. Yet she has mercy, even for fools who drink poison out of stubborn pride, even for the steward when his belly knots tighter than his accounts, even for the baron's young cousin, who came in secret under moonlight, begging for a brew to hush a scandal before it swelled under her fine silk. They all pretend to hate her power. They all come back, kneeling by her hearth, when power alone cannot save them from the everyday cruelties of wind, hunger, and bruised flesh. She welcomes them, always. But every remedy costs something. Not always silver, but always truth. Lie to her, and your tea turns bitter. Your wound festers. Your secrets seep out in dreams, until even your wife knows. Tonight, see her for what she is. Not witch, not saint, just a woman with dirt under her nails, bones too weary for the lies of men, and a mind sharper than the steward's best quill. She watches your chest rise and fall as you sleep. She hums her lullaby over your dreams tonight, so no nightmare dares disturb the hush she has woven around your thoughts. And when you wake tomorrow, soft sun on your blanket, remember her, not just for her roots and potions, but for the patience she pours into your veins every time the world tries to break your body before your soul is ready. Good night, gentle dreamer. May no fever touch your brow tonight. May your bones lie easy on your bed. May your heart beat calm, slow, and honest. And if you wake, remembering herbs and song, thank the healer who sits watch tonight. Somewhere out there, humming secrets to the dark so you don't have to. Section 17, The Blacksmith Fire. Iron, and secrets forged in silence. Settle deeper tonight. Sleepyhead, let the soft weight of your blanket anchor your drifting thoughts. We have wandered through alehouses, behind the steward's ledgers, past the widow's secrets and the healer's herbs. Tonight, follow the crackle of fire and the ring of iron. We step into the blacksmith's forge. Before dawn paints its first thin line across thatched rooftops. The blacksmith's hammer wakes the village. Some curse it. Some find comfort in that steady clang, proof that tools will be mended, nails will be shaped, and no wheel will stay broken too long. Without him, a village limps. With him, it stands a little taller. Picture him now, broad shoulders, hunched over the anvil, arms roped thick with a lifetime of swinging hammers and hauling iron. Soot smudges every crease of his skin until he looks more coal than man. His beard smells faintly of smoke and old ale from last night's thanks at the alewife's bench. He does not chatter like the fool, nor nod politely like the steward. He grunts once for yes, twice for no, and sometimes not at all when words waste time, better spent beating iron into obedience. His forge is a cave of warmth on days when frost bites your ears raw. Children dare each other to peek inside, squealing when a spark leaps from the glowing coals. A mangy cat curls under the bellows, trusting him not to kick it out. Chickens scratch near the door, safe from foxes because nothing with teeth dares trespass near the blacksmith's fire. He makes horseshoes for the reeve's nag, nails for the miller's sagging barn, delicate hinges for the widow's always creaking door. And sometimes when the Lord's men ride through with armor dented and swords notched, he shapes steel that might decide who breathes tomorrow and who does not. He does not ask whose blood will spill. He does not ask what lie the steward will spin for the extra blades. He takes the coin, tests its weight, bites it once, and slides it under the stone by his hearth, where other secrets sleep. Some say he was a soldier once, that the broad scar across his back came from a spear thrust in a war he never brags about. Some say he fled a lord's wrath and changed his name with the soot that hides his past. The truth clinks quietly in every link of chain he forges, and he has never seen reason to tell it aloud. His wife died years ago, and though some wagging tongues tried to pin that loss to a jealous husband or a careless blow, the truth is simpler. Fever takes even the strongest when winter digs its claws deep. He buried her himself behind the forge, under a crooked apple tree that still blooms white each spring. A defiance he never prunes back. He loves no one loudly, but the village loves him in its awkward way. When the widow needs her door latch mended, he leaves it on her step before sunrise. When the fool needs a warm corner, the forge door creaks open. No questions asked. When the healer's iron pot cracks from too much boiling of bitter roots, he shapes her a new one. Refusing the jar of pickled onions, she tries to barter back. Step inside his forge tonight with me. Feel the press of warmth against your skin. Hear the hiss of iron plunged into water. Watch the sparks dance, like stars born too close to the earth. He stands bent over his anvil, eyes half closed in a kind of prayer. Only iron understands. He does not believe in saints to guard him. He believes in the weight of his hammer, the honesty of flame, the truth that iron does not lie only bends, breaks, or hurts. The Lord respects him, or pretends to. The steward fears him, though never admits it. Even the priest keeps his sermon soft when the blacksmith stands near the back pew, arms folded, soot flaking onto holy stone. For everyone knows, push a smith too far, and no plough is mended, no gate repaired, no nails to keep your roof above your head, come rain season. He knows this power. He never boasts it, but he uses it quietly, a harsh landlord softened when the blacksmith pauses by his fence, tapping his hammer against a post just loud enough to remind the man that wood rots faster than iron forgives. Children follow him, giggling when he flicks them, hot horseshoe nails still warm enough to sting their palms if they're careless. They trail him to the tavern where he drinks slow, laughs rarely, and never lifts a hand in anger, even when the fool mocks the soot on his cheeks. Once, long ago, a band of rough men rode through, demanding coin, threatening the alewife, grabbing at the miller's daughter behind the granary wall. When dawn broke, they found their horses lame, their saddles cut clean, their leader's sword snapped neatly in two at the hilt. No one saw who did it. No one doubted. If you asked him about it now, he would only grunt, spit in the dirt, and strike the anvil so hard the memory shatters alongside the steel. He keeps his grief the same way. He keeps his coals banked deep, hot enough to shape iron, not hot enough to burn him hollow. When the wind howls through the village lanes, the blacksmith hums a tune with no words. Some swear it's the lullaby his wife once sang to hush his bones after a day in the field before the forge claimed him forever. Tonight, sleepyhead, as you drift near sleep's hearth, know this: every lock that clicks safe, every plough that bites the stubborn earth, every blade that cuts bread instead of flesh, these are his prayers. He builds his faith in every hinge, every nail, every horseshoe that keeps your mule from stumbling in the mud. Dream now of sparks that never burn you. Dream of steady hands turning raw ore into something useful and honest. Dream of a man who asks for nothing but a quiet corner, a hot fire, and the respect he hammers into the village with each clang at dawn. Good night, gentle dreamer. May your roof never leak, your plough never crack, your steps never slip on a crooked nail. And if trouble knocks too hard on your door tomorrow, may the blacksmith's hammer echo behind it, ringing a promise that some people stand between you and the world's worst storms. Sleep warm, sleep steady, and carry the hush of his forge in your chest until morning. Section 18. The Miller's Wife Flower. Lies, and a smile that hides storms rest deeper tonight. Dreamer, let your shoulders sink heavier into your pillow. We have drifted through the forge's steady warmth, the healer's whispered herbs, the fool's sharp laughter. Now we stand at the rattling door of the village mill. Inside, wheels groan, grind, and whisper secrets into sacks of flour that feed both bellies and rumours. Tonight, we meet the miller's wife. Oh, don't roll your eyes too soon. She is more than a skirt dusted with flour and a ladle dipped in porridge. Beneath her apron lies a mind sharper than the steward's quill, softer than the alewife's hush, and twice as dangerous, if crossed. Picture her at dawn, sleeves rolled to elbows, hair bound high to keep the wind and wheat from teasing it loose. She balances a heavy wooden scoop on one hip while shooing the miller's geese away from the flour sacks. She scolds her husband with one breath, soothes the mill boy's scraped knee with the next, and calculates, down to the last pinch, how much grain she'll forget to weigh for the steward's records. She is never idle. The wheel spins because she spins it. The miller boasts that he controls the water's rush and the wheel's steady grind. But everyone knows better. Without her sharp tongue and sharper eye, rats would nest in every corner. Debt would choke them faster than drought, and flour would trickle away into the greedy hands of the reeve before ever filling the village's bread ovens. She does not gossip loudly. She listens. She watches. Her kitchen door stays open to every old widow who needs a scrap of lard or a handful of oats. She hands out kindness in crumbs and gathers secrets in bushels when the alewife's barrel spoils too early. She knows when the steward's daughter sneaks a smile at the fool behind the hedgerow. She knows. She knows when the blacksmith limps because he hammered too long. And she knows how many coins the reeve hides under the hen coop before his wife can sniff them out. Her smile is warm enough to calm your mother. But behind that smile flickers a storm that no man wishes to weather. Once, the miller tried to lay a heavy hand on her after too much ale and not enough sense. She did not weep. She did not run to the priest. She waited. And 2 days later, a sack of damp grain ruined his best flour. He still swears the wheel betrayed him that night. But every child old enough to carry a rumour knows better cross the miller's wife. And the river itself will conspire against you. She is not cruel. She is precise. When famine licks at the village's ribs, she keeps a secret sack hidden in the rafters, just enough to feed the widow's child. When the steward forgets mercy, she never charges for it. But next harvest, she expects a favour, a smile. A little truth slipped her way in return. The Lord's men bow their heads when they pass her yard, not because she owns swords or soldiers, but because she owns the gossip that can turn a lord's feast into scandal by dawn, and because she bakes the best honey bread in 5 parishes, and not even a knight can sneer at a soft crumb melting on his tongue. Step inside her kitchen with me tonight. The hearth purrs low. A pot simmers. thick with barley and onion. Her sleeves are pushed high again. A streak of flour on her cheek. She has not bothered to wipe away. She leans against the rough wooden table, kneading dough with the same calm strength she uses to knead confessions out of a blushing mill boy. She hums when she works an old song from her mother's mother, or maybe older still, a song the river taught her when she first came to this wheel-turned life. She knows her worth. Even if the priest mutters about a woman too bold for her husband's good, children trail, her steps, like ducklings. She flicks a crumb into each small hand without breaking her rhythm. They scatter laughing, leaving only flour footprints on her kitchen floor. She dreams sometimes, not of leaving, she is the river now. And rivers do not run backward. But she dreams of a day when the wheel grinds without groaning, when the flour flows soft and clean, when the steward's ledger holds no debts with her name scribbled beside them. Once, in her girlhood, she thought she would marry a miller's son and live soft. She thought love would mean warmth and kind hands. Life laughed, gave her the mill instead of the soft pillow, and taught her that sharp minds feed bellies better than sighs in the night. She does not regret it. Well, perhaps sometimes, when the wheel creaks at midnight and her back aches too deep for sleep to find her, the fool adores her. He skips through her yard, scattering hens and nonsense in equal measure. She shoos him off with a broom, but always leaves a slice of warm bread on the windowsill, knowing he will creep back to steal it when the moon climbs high. Some fear her, some thank her, all respect her, whether they admit it or not. When the healer's fever climbs too high for her own herbs to tame, it is the miller's wife who sits by her bedside, wiping sweat and whispering gossip so soft and silly it tricks the healer into laughter when breath is scarce. She will never confess to goodness. She has no patience for saints, but she believes in full bellies, quiet nights, and debts paid in kindness rather than coin whenever possible. And if coin is the only answer, then so be it. She counts each penny twice, and the village thanks her for it. Come spring, tonight, sleepyhead. Imagine her standing at her kitchen door, one hand on her hip, one eye on the wheel turning beyond the window. She watches the village dream. She knows its sins, its small mercies, its lies whispered at dawn when no one thinks she listens. She listens to everything, and she forgives almost all of it, because tomorrow needs flour, and forgiveness bakes bread, sweeter than vengeance ever could. Rest easy now. Let her hum wrap you like the smell of fresh loaves cooling on her table. Dream of warm crumb pressed between your fingers, of honest work that feeds more than hunger, of a woman who bends only to lift others higher. Good night, gentle dreamer. May your dreams spin smooth as her wheel. May your worries grind down softer than her flour. And may you wake tomorrow knowing that somewhere in a village of secrets and storms, a miller's wife hums at her hearth watching over fools and kings alike. One scoop of grain at a time. Section 19. The Village Priest Prayers. Doubts. And a door always ajar. Hush now. Sleepyhead. Let your eyes grow heavier than your worries tonight. We have drifted past the miller's wheel, the blacksmith's anvil, the widow's hush. Now, step softly up the worn stone steps, past the creaking wooden door that never truly locks. Tonight, we sit with the village priest. He is neither saint nor wolf in holy cloth. He is something far more familiar. A tired man wrestling the devil in daylight and his own thoughts at midnight. He knows each of his flock by name, by sin, by the way they mumble half-truths into the darkness behind the confessional screen. Picture him now, robes patched more times than the steward's account book, fingers ink-stained from copying scraps of scripture the bishop never bothered to send fresh. A cracked voice that soothes wailing babes as easily as it scolds the alewife for brewing strong on festival days. At dawn, he is first to lift the latch on the chapel door. Cold stone greets his feet. He swears he will patch that draft every winter, but never quite does. He lights candles with hands that tremble more than they used to. He hums the opening prayer under his breath. Words older than the roof beams above his bowed head. He tries to guide them, all the miller who lies about grain, the fool who giggles too close to secrets, the healer who mumbles charms the bishop would burn her for if he dared visit. He tries, and mostly he fails. But still, each Sunday, his voice rolls through the chapel, stitching sinners back together with gentle words and promises, only half believed. Some nights, he sits alone on the chapel step. The moon climbs behind the steeple, and he thinks just for a breath how easy it would be to pack his worn robes, slip past the blacksmith's quiet forge, and vanish down the road until no one remembers which prayers he forgot to say. Yet he stays. He stays because someone must bless the dead when the plague steals breath. Someone must comfort the widow when memory crawls into her bed, colder than any winter. Someone must take the fool's giggled confessions and turn them into silence the next morning, when the Lord's men ask questions too sharp to answer honestly. Children trust him first. They tug at his sleeves, beg for stories about angels that do not scold or strike with plague. He obliges. He softens hellfire to a flickering lantern they can blow out if they mind their mothers and eat their greens. For this, mothers thank him, and fathers smirk, and the alewife passes him a mug, sweeter than the sermon he delivers after. He sins sometimes, small sins, mostly a sip too many at the harvest feast, a gaze held too long at the miller's wife when she laughs without apology, a word spoken sharp at the steward when the ledger grows fatter than the poor man's larder. He prays for forgiveness. He prays half certain he has been heard. He prays half convinced heaven is as weary of him as he is of himself. Step into his chapel with me tonight. Sit near the rough wooden pews, polished by countless knees. Smell the old beeswax clinging to the stone, the faint perfume of last Sunday's flowers wilting near the altar. Hear the priest's breath echo in the hush, steady, soft, carrying doubt and faith braided so tight, even he cannot tell them apart anymore. He fears thunder, not the sky's booming tantrum, but the storm that gathers in secrets never confessed. He sees it each time the blacksmith bows without a word. The healer slips him a bottle for his cough. The fool winks from the back pew, then dances off before the final blessing. He is not blind. He knows the village lies to him. Small lies, harmless ones, and bigger lies that wrap around necks like ivy choking a tree. He forgives most. He forgets none. And late at night, when he wakes to the wind, rattling his shutters, he wonders which lie will break first, and whether he is strong enough to bless the pieces when they fall. The bishop visits once a year. He eyes the patched robes, the soot on the candlesticks, the alewife's too sweet bread offered at the chapel door. He writes, reports no one in this village will ever read. When he leaves, the priest stands in the doorway long after the dust settles, humming a hymn the bishop never taught him. He has no wife. Some say he loved once, in a youth, buried deep beneath the collar, now too tight around his throat. Some say he never touched a woman, but loved anyway, in the way he wipes a child's brow or stands watch while the fool sleeps curled on a pew because the alehouse threw him out for cackling at shadows. Once, a villager asked him what sin weighed his shoulders low. He only smiled, brushed flour from the woman's sleeve, and asked if her husband still snored loud enough to frighten the hens. Some truths stay behind the confessional, spoken only to the stones when no soul is awake to listen. Tonight, sleepyhead, let him bless your rest. Let his whisper weave around your sighs, softer than any sermon, gentler than any penance. He carries doubt, so you can sleep, believing tomorrow's sun might rise a little kinder than today's. If he could ask you one thing, he would ask you this: forgive him for being only a man in a robe too old to hide the fear underneath. Remember him not as a saint or shepherd, but as the trembling voice that hums your name when sickness knocks at your door. Tomorrow, when you wake, the chapel door will stand open. He will light another candle, bow his head again, and forgive you for the sins you have not yet committed, because that is the only promise he knows how to keep. Sleep now. Let the stone walls crumble behind your dreams. Let his humble voice guard your secrets while you drift where no sin can follow. Good night, gentle dreamer. May your doot stay small, your hope burn steady, and your soul wake tomorrow, lighter than the priest's sigh at dawn. Section 20. The Village Itself. Street 1s. Shadows, and the breath of generations tonight. Sleepyhead. Gather every story we've whispered, the steward's crooked ink, the widow's hush, the alewife's hidden rebellion, the fool's laughter sharp as truth, the healer's hum, the blacksmith's clang, the miller's wife's soft threats, the priest's kiat doot. Lay them side by side like stones in a wall, because tonight we speak not of one soul, but of all of them together. Tonight we dream of the village itself. It crouches beside a river that never forgets to flood just when you wish it wouldn't. It leans against hills that groan under barley and sheep. It wakes before the rooster cries and dozes long after the last mug empties at the alehouse door. Its heart is not the chapel's cold altar, nor the mill's creaking wheel. It is not the steward's ledger or the blacksmith's fire. Its heart is a quiet place where the road bends behind the old yew, a spot where secrets settle, and old laughter lingers like mist after a summer rain. Each stone in its low walls remembers hands, now dust. Each hearth still flickers with arguments and apologies, traded across wooden tables more scarred than any battlefield. Children run through its crooked lanes, chasing dogs, curses, and half-told tales they swear they'll finish tomorrow. The river gossips too. It murmurs of lovers caught by moonlight, of harvest feasts that sour into winter hunger, of soldiers who marched away with promises no one expects to see kept. It carries the village's sins downstream and brings back trout fat enough to feed the lies another season. If you stand quiet at dusk, you will hear it breathe. Chickens cluck to roost. Doors creak shut. The fool's giggle echoes once more before vanishing behind the alewife's low song. A dog barks at shadows that might be foxes or old regrets. And somewhere near the healer's door, a baby's cry reminds everyone that tomorrow will arrive, whether they are ready or not. Visitors call it quaint. They point at mossy roofs, tilt their heads at leaning fences, laugh at chickens dozing on the chapel steps. They do not see the web beneath the coin slipped behind the mill wheel, the sin whispered under the healer's breath, the steward's sigh when he thinks no one listens. The village has teeth. Gentle, yes, but sharp enough to cut any hand that presses too hard. Lords come and go, claiming dominion. Plague comes, scraping skin from bone. Fire comes, eating barns to ash. Yet when dawn breaks, the village remains mending its fences, stirring its stews, burying its dead, forgiving its living. It forgives slowly. Mind you, the walls hear every shout. The dirt drinks every lie. The wind lifts rumours and plants them like seeds behind hedgerows, where they bloom into half-truths by spring. The village keeps score in laughter and tears, paid back not in coin, but in whether your door finds help or stays locked when you knock hungry at midnight. No one owns it, though every steward swears otherwise. No priest commands it, though sermons try. No fool outwits it for long. The village knows each of them, and in knowing them, forgives them their crooked backs and bent dreams. It forgives you too, tonight, for leaving it behind each morning when you wake, for forgetting the quiet courage of women who bake secrets into bread, or the men who swing hammers not for gold, but to keep the wind outside your bones. For laughing at the fool without hearing the warning tucked inside his giggle. Listen now. It breathes through you. The hush between your heartbeats. The soft hum that rises when sleep drags you down past chores and debts. And the sound of the blacksmith's final hammer blow. Tomorrow. It will greet you again. Maybe you'll pass its spirit in the way dawn sneaks behind your curtains. Maybe you'll taste it in the bread you break at supper. Or maybe, just maybe, you'll remember tonight's hush when the world outside snarls too loud. Dream now of its crooked lanes, of its secrets balanced like apples on orchard, boughs heavy with gossip and forgiveness. Dream of its people, not perfect, never saints, but sturdy enough to stand up after every flood and fire. Sleep deep. Gentle dreamer, the village keeps watch tonight. Same as always. Stones settled, shadows listening, generations breathing through your pulse until dawn. When morning comes, gentle dreamer, carry this village with you, not just in your ears, but under your ribs. Soft as a lullaby, yet strong enough to brace your spine when the day turns heavy. Remember the alewife's patience. Pour your kindness in small cups, never watered down with fear. Remember the fool's giggle that shields truth like armor. Laugh at your own mistakes before they grow teeth sharp enough to bite you back. Keep the blacksmith's steady hum in your chest when you hammer out your worries one by one. Keep the healer's hush under your tongue when you soothe someone else's ache, knowing you carry your own too. Hold the miller's wife's secret smile behind your eyes when the world tries to weigh your worth in coin alone. Carry the priest's sigh and his stubborn hope that forgiveness might matter more than perfection ever will. And above all, remember the village itself imperfect, rough-edged, sometimes cruel in its gossip, but always gathering its people back when storms pass. When tonight comes again, and you slip beneath your blanket, may your dreams find the crooked lane behind the yew, the low-roofed alehouse where no trouble dares linger too long, the forge's hush, the chapel's echo, the fool's feathered stick tapping gently at your fears. Sleep without shame, sleep without dread, for here in your chest, the village breathes with you old stones, quiet secrets, laughter behind locked doors, a promise that even when tomorrow roars, louder than today's hush, you belong to something small, stubborn, and kind. Good night, little dreamer. Good night from the village that never truly sleeps. May your own walls hold steady. May your own hearth burn warm. And may you wake, knowing you are never alone. Hey guys. Tonight, we slip behind a pair of swinging doors that have seen more bad decisions than any jailhouse in the territory. You stand there, boots coated in street dust, hat pushed back on your sweaty forehead, staring at those doors like they might bite you first. Inside, you already know what waits for you. This is a Wild West saloon, not the polished, candlelit version from a romantic dime novel. No velvet curtains. No, polite piano ballads drifting like silk. Here, the piano limps through a tune, missing half its keys. The barkeep wipes glasses with a cloth, so filthy it could stand up and walk away if it had legs. You push those doors open. They slap back at your elbows as if they want you gone before you even come in. And then it hits you. Not the piano, not the barkeep's glare. The smell. Good grief. The smell. You probably would not survive this if your nose could file a complaint. Forget steak. Forget fresh bread. You get wet tobacco spit. Stale beer soaked deep into the planks. Sweat dripping from men who have not seen a bath since last spring. And somewhere under that disaster, a hopeful whiff of beans boiling in a dented pot. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And do me a favor, drop a comment below. Tell me where you are listening from and what time it is for you right now. It always amazes me to see how far this little saloon of words travels. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. Let's ease into tonight's journey together. You pause by the door, letting your eyes adjust to the gloom. Sunlight slices through cracks in the walls like knives. Dust floats lazily in the beams. Pretending it is innocent. You know better. Near the piano, a man with 3 teeth plays something that might have been a song before he drank half a bottle of cheap whiskey. Each note squeaks and dies. Nobody cares. Nobody asks him to stop. It is just another sound layered over low laughter, mumbled insults, and the shuffle of boots on a sticky floor. You spot a table in the corner. It only has one leg shorter than the others. Good enough. You weave through chairs that look ready to collapse if you breathe too hard. At the table, you brush away crumbs, dried beer foam, and something that might have been a fly colony in its previous life. You sit. The chair complains under your weight. It does not break. Small miracles live here. Hidden between splinters, the barkeep lumbers over. He stares at you, like he is memorizing your face for the next missing poster. He says nothing, slides a glass across the table. The liquid inside is brown. That is all you get. Might be whiskey, might be varnish. Either way, you drink it. You make a face like you bit a cactus. He nods. That is the whole conversation. Behind him, a battered door swings half open. You catch a glimpse of the kitchen, if you can call it that. A stove squats in the corner, its iron belly belching black smoke. Pots bubble. Bonzis. A man with a beard that might hide a raccoon stirs a giant pot with a spoon, so big it could pass for a paddle. This is the cook, master of mystery stews and keeper of everyone's digestion or destruction. He barks at a boy hauling in firewood. He barks at the pot. He barks at himself. You silently decide you will not complain about your food when it arrives. Nobody survives picking a fight with the cook. Around you, the saloon is a living, wheezing beast. At the far end, a group of card players argues about whether a straight beats a flush. Fists clench. Voices rise. One man stands up so fast his chair skitters away like a scared cat. Then, just as quickly, someone laughs. The tension pops like a soap bubble, and cards slap back on the table. For now, nobody dies. Near the window, a prospector with pants, older than this state, mumbles about a gold strike he swears he found north of town. No one listens. They have heard it before. He buys one shot of whiskey and nurses it like it is liquid gold. Which, in a place like this, it practically is. Somewhere behind you, a pair of ranch hands share a joke about a donkey and a preacher that makes the barkeep roll his eyes and mutter something about burning the place down just to clean it. You smile into your drink, not because the joke is good, but because it reminds you nobody here has anything fancy. So they laugh at what they can. The door slaps open again. A gust of prairie wind blows in dry dirt, carrying more flies and the faint hint of fresh horse sweat. A new stranger steps inside. Everyone glances up. Quick scan. Friend or trouble? He nods once. Heads to the bar. Peace for now. You think about the food. Should you risk it? The cook is still alive. The last man who complained about the beans is not. People say he packed up and left town. People also say the cook buried him out back. You decide you are hungry enough to take your chances. A waitress slides past, balancing plates that look identical. Beans, salt pork, a stale biscuit the size of a hammer. That is the special tonight. That is the special every night. You tap the table, and she nods. No words exchanged. She has no time for your politeness. While you wait, you sip your varnish disguised as whiskey and soak in the atmosphere. A pair of old-timers debate whether Texas should stay Texas or become its own country again. A young cowboy leans close to a girl with bright eyes and sharp elbows. She smiles, pockets his coin, and walks away. He does not notice she lifted his pocket watch too. Above all of this, the piano man strikes a final chord. It clangs like a blacksmith's hammer. He wipes his mouth, stands, and falls over backwards. Nobody helps him up. He will wake when he wakes. The show must go on. And here the show never ends. Your plate lands in front of you. Steam rolls off the beans. A chunk of pork belly floats like a greasy crown. The biscuit looks mean. You do not ask what the cook used for seasoning. You do not want to know. You take a bite. It is warm. It is salty. It is not good. But it is food. And that is enough. You chew slowly, listening to the bar hum around you, like a beehive that knows how to swear and gamble. Tomorrow, you might saddle your horse, tip your hat to this sorry shack, and swear never to return. But you will, because no matter how bad it smells or how rough the whiskey burns, there is comfort here. A seat, a meal, a roof, and a story to drag behind you when you ride out into the dawn. So finish your drink. Wipe the bean sauce from your sleeve. Tip your hat to the barkeep if you feel brave. And brace yourself. Next up, we meet the real king of this joint. A humble bean that has started more fights than bad poker hands and cleared more rooms than a deputy with a shotgun. Sleep tight. You are going to need the rest. Section 2. Beans, bacon, and survival stew. You wake the next morning with a mouth like dried leather and the taste of cheap whiskey wrestling your tongue for dominance. The saloon still creaks around you, though the laughter and piano have been replaced by snores, coughs, and the soft scrape of a broom pushing last night's regrets into a corner. Your stomach reminds you why you're here. Not for poker, not for trouble, not even for the whiskey that still burns your throat when you burp. You're here because, on the unforgiving plains, beans keep you alive when everything else wants you dead. Beans are the undisputed king of the Wild West dinner plate. They don't spoil. They don't complain. And they don't care if the cook is sober or seeing triple. Pinto beans. Nave beans. Black beans. Nobody's picky when you've been chewing dust for a week. The cook, who looks only slightly less mean in daylight, lugs a battered pot to the stove. It's the same pot you saw last night, bubbling over the embers, like a cauldron brewing, curses and flatulence in equal measure. He dumps in more dry beans, more stale water, and a fistful of salt that probably won't be enough. He doesn't measure. He doesn't taste. He stirs once, grunts, and wanders off to yell at a boy for chopping wood too loudly. You watch the pot like it might bite you. It won't. Not yet. First, it has to soak and swell, until each bean is soft enough to chew, but stubborn enough to sit in your gut like a rock for hours. You could chew your hat and get more flavor, but your hat doesn't fill your belly or give you an excuse to linger near the warmth of the stove. Beside the pot sits a slab of salt pork, the bean's loyal sidekick. It's not bacon, though everyone pretends it is. Salt pork is tougher, greasier, and more likely to chip your tooth if the cook forgets to fry it long enough. Still, fried salt pork drips fat into the beans, pretending to be seasoning. When you're lucky, there's an onion tossed in. If you're very lucky, the onion is fresh. This meal is not about pleasure. It's about survival. Cowboys eat beans before a long ride. Miners swallow them before crawling into the earth. Drifters trade stories over them, and sometimes trade punches because of them. Nothing turns a polite room into a gas chamber faster than 10 men sitting shoulder to shoulder, all fueled by the same pot of overcooked legumes. You ladle yourself a scoop. It steams in the morning chill. It smells faintly like salt pork, and mostly like last night's regrets. You blow on it, You tossed it. It's mushy but warm. And that is enough. In the corner, a pair of cowhands argue about whose turn it is to pay for the next pot. Neither wants the honor. Beans may be cheap, but whiskey drains pockets faster than beans can refill them. The cook doesn't care who pays, so long as someone does. Otherwise, he's been known to pour the whole mess outside and tell everyone to go catch a rabbit instead. You chew slowly. The barkeep leans against the bar, polishing glasses that will never look clean again. He watches you with mild amusement, like he's waiting to see if you notice the grit at the bottom of your bowl. You do, but you keep eating. He nods. Respect, earned in silence. A few feet away, the piano man from last night sits up, rubs his eyes, and asks if there's coffee. The barkeep snorts. He points at a black kettle in the ashes. Cowboy coffee, strong enough to melt spoons and cure hangovers by force. The piano man pours himself a tin cup. He winces. He drinks anyway. Outside, the town stirs awake. Horses snort and stomp. Wagons rattle down the single dusty street. Somewhere, a rooster remembers he's supposed to crow. He does. Late and off-key. Like everything else here, you soak your biscuit in the bean broth, softening it until your teeth no longer fear it. You remember hearing someone say once that a smart man could live on beans and bacon alone for months if he had whiskey to wash it down. Whoever said that clearly never had to sleep beside a cowboy after a pot of beans. Still, for all their humble cruelty, beans are the quiet heartbeat of every saloon kitchen. When the chickens run off, when the stew pot runs dry, when the last rabbit escapes the trap, beans stay. Reliable. Unchanging. Filling. They don't ask for praise. And they certainly don't offer apologies. Historians still argue whether beans fueled the expansion west more than gold did. Gold fed greed. Beans fed stomachs. You can live without gold. Try living without something to chew when your belly sounds like a rattlesnake. You finish your bowl. You wipe your mouth on your sleeve. The barkeep nods again. Another silent transaction complete. You stand. A stretch. Feel the familiar weight settle low in your gut, like a warning from tomorrow's digestive reckoning. A grizzled old timer near the door catches your eye. He grins, showing more gum than teeth, and says, "Hope you didn't plan to be indoors all day." Son, you laugh because he's right. You will clear out before the beans do. In the Wild West, survival is simple. Eat what you can. Drink what you must. Laugh when possible. And never trust a quiet saloon full of cowboys who just finished a pot of beans. Next up, brace yourself. We tackle the other half of your plate. The biscuit that might be soft as a cloud if you're blessed, or hard enough to break your jaw if luck runs dry. Section 3. A biscuit or a brick. Morning slips through the cracked windows of the saloon, pulling you from the last crumbs of sleep and the final regrets of last night's whiskey. Around you, the place is slowly waking too. The cook's ladle clatters against a dented pot. The barkeep sweeps under tables sticky with last night's spills. And somewhere in a corner, a card game that never truly ended murmurs back to life. But your mind is on something else now. Not the whiskey that bit you back. Not the beans still whispering threats in your belly. No. Now it's the humble biscuit sitting on your plate, daring you to trust it. Out here, a good biscuit is a blessing whispered by the cooking gods. Flaky, warm, and soft enough to mop up gravy or stew dribbles without threatening your dental future. Done right, it crumbles at the edges, melts on your tongue, and makes a weary cowboy sigh, like he just found gold under his boot. Done wrong, it could break that same boot in half. You stare at yours, weighing its promise against your experience. It looks innocent enough. Round, a little cracked on top, a hint of warmth still clinging to its side, like a dying campfire. You poke it once with your spoon. It does not flinch. Encouraging. You tear off a piece. It fights you back. Less encouraging. You sniff it. It smells like flour, lard, and a desperate cook's prayer. In a saloon kitchen, that's as close to fresh-baked heaven as you'll ever get. You take a bite. Crunch. Not a gentle crumble. Not a soft sigh. Crunch. You chew. Yoryuf protests. You chew harder. Bits flake off. Some melt. Most resist. You wash it down with the last of your cowboy coffee. The biscuit absorbs the coffee like a sponge, but surrenders no flavor in return. And yet, you keep chewing. Why? Because out here, a bad biscuit is still better than no biscuit. A biscuit fills your belly. It soaks up bean juice, soaks up cheap whiskey, soaks up regrets you might otherwise have to think about when you roll into your bedroll tonight. At the next table, an old ranch hand laughs as he watches you gnaw your biscuit like a coyote on a buried bone. He lifts his own rock-hard trophy and knocks it twice against the table. The table loses. He grins, gums flashing where teeth used to be, and says, "Best biscuit in town. Kid." He's not wrong. It's also the only biscuit in town. Hardtack. Though that's another beast entirely. If you think this biscuit is cruel, wait until you meet hardtack. Soldiers chewed it during wars. Sailors gnawed it, crossing oceans. And cowboys kept it in saddlebags, long enough for it to develop its own life story. Hardtack doesn't bend. Hardtack doesn't mold. Hardtack doesn't care about your fragile molars. In some mining towns, they still serve hardtack with stew when the cook is too drunk to knead real biscuit dough. You know you're in trouble when the waitress drops it on your plate with a dull thud and tells you to soak it for a while if you value your teeth. Soaking can mean dipping it in stew, dunking it in coffee, or letting it float in whiskey if you're feeling fancy. Historians still argue whether hardtack should be classified as food or self-defense. Some claim a man once survived a bar fight by blocking a knife with a well-aimed slab of hardtack. It might be true. Nobody doubts it out here. But today, you're lucky. You have a biscuit. Not hardtack. Even if it's halfway to a brick, it still carries a whisper of home. It reminds you that once, somewhere, there was a kitchen with a proper stove, fresh milk, a patient mother kneading dough, and butter that didn't come from a barrel labeled God knows when. Out here, though, a biscuit is about practicality. Flour travels well. Lard keeps without fuss. A hot pan and a sharp eye are all a cook needs. Though whether your cook actually has a sharp eye depends on how much whiskey he's stolen from the bar that morning. You look around. A young drifter nearby tries to charm the waitress with a grin and a biscuit split open. Offering her half, she laughs in his face, takes the biscuit, and eats it herself. He's left with his grin and no breakfast, a lesson he'll chew on longer than his next meal. In the corner, a big man with hands like shovels dunks his biscuit directly into his mug of coffee. It softens just enough to swallow without breaking a tooth. He nods in approval at you, as if to say, "See old tricks, save teeth." You nod back, mentally storing that trick for tomorrow. One last bite. You push the crumbs around your plate with your spoon, gathering every flake like it might run away if you don't. In this saloon, you don't waste food. Even when it threatens to crack your molars in half, you lean back. Biscuit conquered. Outside, a gust of wind rattles the loose shutters and stirs the dust devils dancing in the street. Inside, the barkeep wipes the counter, eyes half closed. Humming a tune only, he remembers. You stretch your back, feeling the bean and biscuit duet settling heavily in your belly. It's not gourmet. It's not fancy. But you're warm. You're full. And for now, you're safe. And out here, that's worth more than all the gold some fool claims he buried out in the hills. Next time you complain about your fancy bread back home, remember this biscuit. Remember how it stood its ground. Unbending, unapologetic, a quiet, starchy reminder that in the Wild West, food is not love. Food is survival. Plain and simple. Next up, pour yourself another cup of that fearless cowboy coffee. Because we're about to sip on a brew so fierce, it dares you to blink twice. And if you do, it will win. Section 4. Coffee That Street, ours back. You might think you know what strong coffee tastes like. Maybe you pride yourself on brewing that bitter morning cup back home, daring your tongue to wake up before your alarm clock does. But out here in the Wild West, coffee isn't just strong, it's alive. And some days, it stares back at you like it's trying to decide if you're worth keeping conscious. You sit at the same rickety saloon table, your belly full of beans and a biscuit that almost fought you into defeat. Now you need something to chase it all down and to slap your eyelids into submission. The barkeep shuffles over, his apron streaked with a crime scene of stains and yesterday's regrets. Without asking, he drops a tin mug in front of you. It thuds against the wood like a judge's gavel. Inside the mug is not the polite drip coffee you're used to. There's no paper filter, no delicate swirl, no fancy foam shaped like a leaf. This brew is cowboy coffee, boiled hard over coals until it's as black as a crow's wing, and just as unforgiving. You lift it cautiously. It smells like scorched dreams and burnt promises. You blow across the surface, hoping to cool it down. It laughs at you, still steaming like a hot spring in the middle of a snowstorm. You take a sip. Mistake. The first gulp burns your lips, then your throat, then wakes up parts of your soul you didn't even know were sleeping. You swallow, eyes watering, trying not to cough it right back onto your shirt. The barkeep watches, unimpressed. He's seen tougher men cry over this same tin mug. He's also seen them ask for seconds. So you know what you have to do. You take another sip. This time, your taste buds surrender. Immediately. They know they're not in charge anymore. Now it's just you and the coffee, having a staring contest. Spoiler, the coffee always wins, somewhere near the stove. The cook dumps yesterday's grounds into the fire and scoops new ones directly into the battered kettle. There's no measurement, no timer, and definitely no mercy. The cook's rule is simple. If it doesn't slap you awake faster than a gunshot, it's not ready. Historians still argue whether cowboy coffee actually made cattle drives possible, or if it just made cowboys too jittery to sleep through an ambush. Either way, you respect it. You have to, because once you've had a cup, your heartbeat writes its own bedtime story on your ribcage for the next few hours. At the next table, a miner with dirt under every fingernail lifts his mug in your direction. He tips it back and swallows 3 mouthfuls without blinking. He thumps the mug down, wipes his mustache, and grins, a grin full of cracked teeth and raw determination. You try not to look too impressed. In a corner, the piano man last night's floor ornament stirs, rubs his forehead, and groans for a refill. The barkeep obliges him with a mug so full it might eat through the tin if left unattended. He sips, grimaces, sips again. He'll live. Probably. You take another mouthful. It's cooling now, thickening near the bottom. Cowboy coffee doesn't hide its true nature. It leaves a sludge of gritty grounds, heavy enough to chew if you dare. Some old-timers say it's good for you. Adds fiber, keeps you regular. You suspect it's a lie, but you're not brave enough to argue with a man who drinks it by the pint. No sugar, no cream, no polite excuses. Just roasted beans, boiled in open air, served in dented mugs that have seen more saloon fights than the sheriff ever has. Back home, you might turn up your nose at such a brew. But here, you hold that mug like it's a promise that no matter how rough the trail ahead, this thick black potion will keep your eyelids from betraying you. A ranch hand limps in, hat askew, face still half asleep. He grumbles for coffee before he grumbles for food. The barkeep points at the kettle. He pours his own mug, spills half on the counter, mutters a curse, drinks it all anyway. Out here, coffee is not a luxury. It's a companion, a hard, bitter, backhanded friend that sits with you through cold mornings, long nights, and bad news. It wakes you up when you'd rather sleep forever. It keeps you upright when your bones threaten mutiny. It stands between you and the wolves, real or imagined. You swirl the last sip in your mug. Grounds cling to the sides like barnacles on a river barge. You toss it back, chewing the grit for good measure. The barkeep chuckles at you, wiping the counter with that same cloth that never quite does its job. You lean back, heart drumming out a fast beat. The cook slams another pot on the stove, muttering curses at the beans, the fire, and the whole idea of dawn itself. Outside, the sun crawls higher over the roofs of this nowhere town. Horses stomp in the street. A dog barks at a chicken that ignores him completely. Another day begins, and you are awake to meet it. Awake, wired, and half convinced. Your veins are now 50% caffeine and 50% regret. Next up, brace your taste buds again. It's time to meet the other greasy miracle that holds this saloon menu together. Salt pork. It's not bacon. It wishes it was. It wants you to believe it's bacon. But your teeth will know the truth soon enough. Section 5. Salt pork grease and grit. So, your belly has survived the beans. Your teeth have out-wrestled the biscuit. Your heart is still pounding, thanks to cowboy coffee that probably doubled as engine oil. Congratulations. You're ready for the next challenger on your Wild West breakfast plate. Salt pork. Greasy. Tough. Unapologetics. And the only thing standing between you and complete starvation, if the chickens run off again, let's be clear. Salt pork wants to be bacon. It dreams about it at night. But out here, dreams are cheap, and so is salt pork. Instead of neat slices sizzling in a fancy iron skillet, you get thick slabs of pork belly, dunked in brine until it's so salty you could season an ocean with the runoff. Then it's hacked into chunks by a cook whose knife is probably older than he is. You watch as the cook slams the skillet onto the stove. A splash of leftover lard hisses. He tosses in the pork. Smoke curls up, carrying a smell that fights your nose and wins. Somewhere beneath that smoke is a promise. A crisp bite, a little warmth, enough grease to coat your ribs so you won't notice the wind slicing through your coat outside. Salt pork is survival food with an attitude problem. It's chewy when undercooked. It's a rock when overcooked. Cooked just right. It's the closest thing you'll get to a real breakfast in a saloon, where fresh eggs are rarer than honest poker hands. You lean in, watching that fat spit and pop. The cook prods it with his spoon, muttering curses at the stove. He flips each piece once, twice, drops them onto your plate next to a fresh pile of beans and a new brick of biscuit for good measure. Balance. This is frontier nutrition. You pick up a chunk. It burns your fingers. You blow on it. Take a bite. Your teeth fight back tears, but manage the job. Grease runs down your chin. You wipe it with your sleeve. It tastes like salt, smoke, and the distant memory of an actual pig. You chew. You swallow. You feel marginally stronger for it. At the next table, a drifter leans over his plate. dipping his pork directly in bean juice. A smart trick. The salt cuts through the mush. The grease soaks into the beans. Everybody wins, except your arteries. But out here, who cares? Nobody lives long enough to worry about cholesterol. You worry about staying warm and upright. Not whether your blood pressure might win a wrestling match with your heart. Old-timers swear salt pork cured more ills than any doctor. Cold morning. Fry up pork. Headache from too much whiskey. Fry up pork. Lost your last dime in cards. Borrow more money. Buy pork. Fry it up. It makes you feel like you can take on the prairie. And sometimes, that lie is good enough. You watch the cook toss leftover scraps into a battered stew pot for tonight's mystery meal. Nothing goes to waste. Even the rind gets chopped small and buried in beans for the next round of hungry fools. The fat, oh the fat, is gold. It greases pans, seasons, biscuits, and polishes the barkeep's hair if he's in a hurry. You think I'm joking? Spend another week out here. You'll see. Salt pork is honest in its dishonesty. It promises you flavor, but demands your jaw do all the work. It promises you meat, but delivers mostly salt and dreams. Yet, by the time you wipe your plate clean with the last crumb of biscuit, you won't care, because your belly is full, your bones are warm, and in the Wild West, that's enough. Across the room, a young cowboy drops his fork, lets out a burp loud enough to hush the piano man mid-song. Everyone pauses, then laughter bubbles up, a rare moment of shared joy in a place that usually trades in grumbles and half-truths. Even the barkeep cracks a grin. You lean back in your chair. Plate empty, except for a smear of grease you'll find on your shirt later. You sip the last sludge of your coffee. The cook slams his pan on the stove again, ready for the next fool who dares to ask for seconds. You survived the salt pork. You survived the beans. You survived the biscuit. For now, you belong here. A little saltier, a little greasier, and definitely more awake than when you stumbled through those swinging doors. But don't get too comfortable, because every saloon worth its squeaky piano hides another secret in the back pot. A stew, a bubbling, suspicious cauldron of hope and horror. One whiff makes you believe there's real meat inside. One taste makes you question your life choices. Get ready, because next, we lift the lid on the saloon stew. May your stomach forgive you. Section 6. Mystery Meat and the Stew Pot. By now, you have learned a hard truth about the Wild West saloon menu. Nothing here is fancy. Nothing here is polite. And nothing tests your bravery quite like the stew pot simmering quietly behind the bar. Stew in a place like this is both a blessing and a gamble. You lift the lid, hoping for tender beef and fresh vegetables. What you get is hot, liquid courage swirling around whatever the cook found still moving yesterday. This morning's stew smells acceptable. Steam rolls out as the cook leans over it, his face hidden in the fog of bubbling broth and secrets. He stirs with a spoon big enough to double as a weapon. Now and then he plucks something from the pot and tosses it behind him, a bone too big to chew. A chunk that growled back. Maybe a string that looks suspiciously like a bootlace. You pretend not to notice. You remind yourself you came here for survival, not a 5-star meal. You sit up straighter as the cook ladles you a bowl. He slams it down in front of you, juice sloshing over the rim. He grunts. That's the closest you'll get to a bon appetit in this town. You pick up your spoon. You hesitate. You remind yourself you survived the salt pork. You survived the biscuit. Surely, you can handle a bowl of hot stew. The first sip is warm, savory. Not bad. You dare another spoonful. Soft beans. A few chunks of potato surrender under your teeth. Then you find something tougher. You chew. You chew more. You decide it's probably meat. You pray it's meat. You swallow. Your stomach says nothing, which is a good sign. Stew in a saloon is more than food. It's a practical way to hide sins. If the beef went bad, boil it longer. If the rabbit escaped, throw in a squirrel. If the squirrel escaped too, well, there's always a rattlesnake, if someone was brave enough to catch it. Some say the secret ingredient is whatever the cook caught under the floorboards when the rats weren't watching. Some say that's just mean gossip. You keep eating anyway. Hunger does not have time for rumors. Across the room, a pair of old-timers debate the stew's flavor. One swears there's venison in it today. The other bets it's mule meat, left over from a pack animal nobody wants to claim. Neither stops eating. Arguments out here don't spoil appetites. Sometimes the cook gets fancy. He throws in onions. Maybe a sprinkle of dried herbs, if a trader passed through with a few spare sprigs. If he's in a good mood, he might drop a splash of leftover whiskey right into the pot. That's his idea of fine dining. You keep spooning stew into your mouth. Each bite, just different enough to keep you suspicious, but warm enough to keep you grateful. One mouthful is mostly broth. The next surprises you with a chunk that might be beef or might be part of something you don't want to think about. You chew faster. Better not to know. There's comfort in the heat, though. The steam fogs your eyelashes. The warmth seeps down into your bones. Out on the prairie, this bowl might mean the difference between freezing and surviving the night under a thin blanket. Nobody here expects luxury. They expect calories and a fair chance to live another sunrise. Stew delivers both. Next to you, the piano man, newly awake and newly miserable, groans for his share. The cook shoves a bowl at him with a curse and a slap to the back of the head. He gulps it down, spilling half on his boots. He does not complain. He knows better. A child wanders in, carrying a battered tin bowl. The cook pauses. A softer side flickers through the smoke. He ladles out a scoop. Extra potato. This time, the child grins and runs back out into the morning sun. In this saloon, even hard men know a hungry belly is the one enemy worth feeding without question. You scrape the bottom of your bowl. Bits of soft potato. A few stray beans. A swirl of gravy that clings to the metal spoon like it knows you won't waste it. You tip the bowl back and drink the rest, like a shot of whiskey. Warmth fills your chest. You are full. You are safe. For now, a miner near the door coughs into his mug and says loud enough for everyone to hear, "I swear, if I find a bootstring in my stew again, I'm suing the cook for false advertising." The barkeep laughs. The cook does not. He brandishes his spoon like a sword. The miner wisely shuts up. You push your bowl away, licking the last warmth from your lips. You lean back in your chair, listening to the piano man pick out a tune with more wrong notes than right ones. You smile anyway. It fits the mood. The stew pot bubbles behind the bar. Feeding drifters. Cowboys. Miners. And one curious soul like you. Nobody loves it. Nobody hates it enough to stop coming back. Because when the prairie wind howls at the door and the night creeps close, nothing keeps a man standing like a belly full of hot mystery stew. Next, we tackle the final element of your wild saloon meal, the sweet miracle that sometimes appears when the cook finds an ounce of mercy in his whiskey-soaked heart. Cornbread and molasses. A dessert maybe. A hope for a better tomorrow, definitely. Hold on to your spoon. You'll want it for this last treat. Section 7. Cornbread and molasses. Sweetness in a bitter land. You have made it this far. Beans didn't break you. Biscuit didn't crack your teeth for good. Salt pork didn't ruin your trust in pigs. Stew didn't betray your stomach more than usual. So now, my friend, you deserve a reward. A tiny, crumbly, sticky sweet miracle hiding behind every rough saloon meal. Cornbread and molasses. Out here, dessert isn't guaranteed. Nobody lights candles. Nobody folds napkins into swans. Nobody sprinkles powdered sugar like a fancy city baker. But sometimes, if the cook feels kind or needs to bribe the barkeep, he whips up a pan of cornbread and cracks open the barrel of molasses. When he does, the whole room softens. Just a little. The cornbread comes out in big rough chunks, cut straight from an iron skillet that has never once seen soap. You can taste last month's batch in every bite. But that's all right. That's part of the charm. It smells like toasted corn and survival. It looks golden on top and crumbly at the edges. It breaks apart in your fingers, leaving a trail of crumbs no one dares waste. You pull your share closer. You tear a piece off, still warm enough to make your fingers hum. It tastes dry at first, like most good things out here. But wait, because here comes the hero that makes it shine: molasses. The barkeep plunks a little jug next to your plate. It sticks to your fingers before you even open it. One sniff, and you're 10 years old again, standing near a kitchen door that never squeaked, begging for a drip of sweetness, while the grown-ups argued about chores and debt. You pour a slow, dark river over your cornbread. It soaks in quick, clinging to every crumb. It drips down your knuckles. You do not care. You lick it clean, because that's how you know you're still human, and not just a walking pile of beans and salt pork. Your first bite of this sticky, sweet mess melts right under your tongue. For a moment, you forget the hard floor you'll sleep on tonight. You forget the saddle sore waiting tomorrow. You forget the cook's dirty ladle and the barkeep's suspicious grin. All you know is molasses. Dark, sweet, home, bottled up and dragged out here to the edge of nowhere. Across the room, even the grumpy old ranch hands hush up when the cornbread arrives. A young drifter at the next table pokes his slice, then pours on so much molasses it drips onto his boot. He shrugs. Boots wash off. Free sweetness doesn't come back if you waste it. One card player holds his piece like gold, chewing slow, eyes half closed. He probably hasn't had real cake in 10 years. This is good enough to stand in. The piano man, halfway sober now, plays a tune that almost stays in key for once. The barkeep lets him finish, because even he knows you don't ruin the taste of cornbread and molasses with yelling or gunshots. It's the only thing in this room holding people together for 5 quiet minutes. Out here, sugar is a luxury. Molasses travels better than fresh fruit or fancy frosting. One barrel can keep a whole town civil through a harsh winter. When the stew is thin, when the pork is suspect, when the coffee is halfway to tar, molasses reminds everyone there's still something sweet left in this world. You wipe your plate clean with your last bite. You lick your fingertips without shame. Nobody judges you. They are too busy doing the same. A man might swing a fist at you for cheating at cards, but spill his molasses, and he might cry instead. Priorities. Outside, the wind picks up, rattling the shutters and stirring the dust that creeps under the door. No matter how hard the barkeep swears, he'll fix it one day. Inside, bellies are full, spoons are dropped, and for a rare moment, the saloon hums with quiet contentment instead of clinking glasses and half-mean laughter. This little slab of cornbread, dripping in dark sweetness, reminds you why folks come back here. Not for the whiskey, not for the card games, not for the cook's questionable stew. They come back because once in a while, then you sit among strangers and remember you're all just people looking for a scrap of warmth and a taste of something kind. You lean back, eyes drifting half-shut. The barkeep catches you and slaps the table. No sleeping at the table. He growls, "Go find a corner, or pay for a room if you plan to snore." You grin, stand up, and brush the crumbs from your shirt. Your boots feel heavier, but your heart feels lighter. Out here, that counts for a lot. Next time, we tackle the last piece of this salty, sweet puzzle: eggs and chicken. If the cook hasn't scared off all the hens yet. If you're lucky, you'll get a fresh egg that doesn't bounce when it hits the pan. If you're unlucky, well, that's another story. Sleep tight. Partner, you're gonna need it. Section 8. Eggs and chicken. A rare treasure. Morning rolls in again, dragging pale light through the greasy saloon windows. You sit there, boots crossed at the ankle, belly still humming from last night's bean stew and that unexpected sweetness of molasses. Now, as the cook rattles pans behind the bar, you hear the word whispered, like a prayer, by a passing ranch hand. Eggs. And maybe, if the stars have mercy today, chicken too. Fresh eggs in this dusty edge-of-nowhere town are as rare as polite drunks. Hens don't thrive out here unless someone guards them like treasure. Coyotes, foxes, and hungry cowboys with empty pans have a way of thinning out the flock. But when the cook has eggs to spare, the whole room shifts from grumbling to hopeful in seconds. You watch him now, cracking one delicate miracle after another over a battered iron pan. The shells hit the floor. Nobody cares. He grumbles under his breath about how hard it is to keep hens alive longer than a payday. But even he can't help cracking a crooked grin when the whites sizzle and bubble into gold at the edges. You sniff the air. For once, the saloon smells less like sweat and more like breakfast in a home you barely remember. Somewhere safe. Somewhere quiet. A place where an egg wasn't a luxury, but a promise that tomorrow might be kind too. He drops a pair of fried eggs onto your plate. The yolks wobble like sunshine trapped in circles of white. Beside them, to a piece of chicken. So scrawny, it looks like it died, angry. Fried to a crisp in leftover pork fat. A treat, he says with a grunt. You nod. You know better than to question kindness around here. You cut into an egg. The yolk bursts, bright and warm, soaking into the biscuit you scrounged from yesterday's crumbs. For a heartbeat, you forget every missing tooth this saloon might have cost you. You just iced home. The chicken. Well, you brace yourself. You pull off a bite. It's stringy, a little tough. A few feathers cling to the crispy edge, whispering that out here, nothing comes perfect. But you chew. You swallow. And your gut thanks you anyway. Protein is protein when the prairie wind wants to strip your bones by nightfall. Near you, a young ranch hand dips his fried egg in a smear of leftover molasses. A trick his mama taught him. He brags. It tastes like a breakfast, and dessert got in a fist fight on his tongue. He laughs through a mouthful. Yolk dripping down his chin. Nobody scolds him. The barkeep just tosses him an old rag to mop up the mess. At another table, the piano man, who still owes last week's bar tab, sweet talks the cook into sliding him a single egg. He pops it whole into his mouth, eyes rolling back like he's met a merciful god. For 3 seconds, is quiet. Miracles do happen here. You think eggs and chicken say something about a saloon. They say the place isn't dead yet. They say the cook still cares. In his grumpy, grease-stained way. They say the barkeep hasn't gambled away every cent to restock the pantry. They say hope lives. If only from sunrise to sundown. You finish your last bite. You lick your fork clean, ignoring the dull scrape of old tin on your teeth. You glance out the window. The sun is rising high now. Another day of horses, cards, dust, and prayers not to get shot by sunset. But for now, you stand up with an egg's worth of courage settling under your ribs. Out here, that counts for more than you'd think. Behind you, the cook wipes the counter with the back of his hand, glares at the pot of beans, ready to bubble again. He mutters something about needing more hens before winter comes. Nobody answers. They all know it's true. The barkeep catches your eye. He nods once. That means you're welcome back tomorrow. Bring coins. Bring patience. Bring an appetite for whatever meat wanders too close to the door tonight. Outside, horses snort and tug at hitching posts. A stray dog noses at the steps, sniffing for scraps. You step out into the light, belly warm, breath fogging in the dawn. You glance back at the swinging doors. You grin. You survived beans, biscuit, pork, stew, cornbread, molasses, on egg, and a chicken that never had a chance. Out here, that's a victory worth more than gold dust. And tomorrow, if luck holds, you'll walk back through those doors, drop a few coins on the bar, nod at the cook, and say, the usual, he'll grunt, you'll sit, and the cycle will begin again. Next up, brace your gut one last time, because some brave soul might order pie. And pie in this saloon is a legend that has started more bar fights than bad whiskey and crooked cards combined. Sleep easy. Partner, you'll need that strength. Section 9. Pie hope served in a tin plate. If you thought beans were reliable, biscuits were hard, and stew was suspicious. Just wait until you meet the real troublemaker on a saloon table. Pie. One word, 2 letters, short of peace. And yet, in this dusty room full of cowhands, drifters, and men who'd punch each other over a crooked card, nothing stirs up more envy and soft sighs than a warm, wobbly slice of pie. You see it before you smell it. A battered tin plate, edges bent from too many bar fights and hasty washings in creek water. On that plate, a triangle of crust and fruit filling. Steam curls up, mixing with the stale smoke and whiskey breath of the saloon. Heads turn, forks pause mid-air. One man mutters a prayer under his hat. Pie out here is more rumor than routine. Fresh fruit is rare, unless a passing trader dumps a barrel of bruised apples on the town for twice what they're worth. So most pies are built from dried fruit. Canned fruit if you're fancy, or whatever the cook can stew into sweetness without drawing flies. But here's the magic. Nobody cares if the apples are half mush or the berries taste a bit fermented. Out here, a bite of pie feels like an apology from the world, a soft reminder that tomorrow might not be so hard. The cook slides a slice your way, using the same knife he used to dice salt pork 2 hours ago. You do not care. You pick up your fork. You cut a corner. The crust flakes. Not perfectly, but enough. The filling is warm, sweet, a little sour. You close your eyes. You chew slow. If molasses is hope in a jar, then pie is hope that's been given shape, heat, and a secret promise that the world can be kind. Once in a while, at the next table, a ranch hand tries to trade his half-finished stew for a slice. No chance. Another man offers a swig of hidden whiskey. The cook laughs in his face. Nobody trades pie. You earn it, or you watch someone else eat it and suffer in silence. One time, they say, a traveling gambler swiped the last piece of peach pie from under another man's spoon. The fight that followed cracked a window, 3 chairs, and half the gambler's teeth. The pie survived the chaos. Someone scooped it off the floor, dusted it off, and finished it without a second thought. No regrets. Pie is worth it. You take another bite. Softer now. The crust gives way easy. The filling clings to your tongue like a memory of better kitchens and slower mornings. The barkeep watches you, wiping glasses that never get clean. He nods, approving your good fortune tonight. In a corner, the piano man coughs politely. He tries to barter a sad song for a forkful. The cook ignores him. Nobody trades pie for music. If you want sweetness, you pay or you wait until the next miracle batch. Outside, the wind rattles the sign above the door. Inside, for a moment, there is peace. Rough men lean back in their chairs, bellies warm, spoons laid to rest. For 10 heartbeats, no one argues about lost money, stolen horses, or who owes who a bullet, because right now, someone's got pie, and the rest remember what it feels like to hope for dessert. You scrape your plate clean, catching every sticky smear of filling and every crumb of crust. You lick your fork. Nobody laughs. They do the same. This tiny taste of softness might be the last good thing you swallow until payday. The cook slides the empty tin toward the sink. He wipes his hands on his apron, mutters about needing more sugar, more flour, more luck. Same as every day. Tomorrow, maybe there'll be another pie. Or maybe there won't. That's the game. That's the West. You lean back, full now, in a way that beans, salt pork, and stew can never promise. Pie is different. Pie is comfort in a world that mostly spits in your face. You tip your hat at the cook. He shrugs like he doesn't care. But you see the corner of his mouth twitch. He knows exactly what he did. He gave a room full of hard men something soft to remember. Next time, when someone brags about the whiskey, the poker, or the piano tunes, shake your head. Tell them the truth. The best part of any saloon worth its broken windows is not the fight, not the drink, but the fleeting chance to taste something sweet and dream like a child again. And if you ever find a saloon without pie, keep riding. Some things are worth the extra mile. Now, finish your last sip of bitter coffee. Stand up slow and walk out those swinging doors like you own the whole sky. You've earned it. Tomorrow, the beans will be there. The salt pork will be there. Maybe the stew will greet you like an old debt. But tonight, you got pie. And that, a friend, makes you richer than any fool who ever dug for gold in these hills. Section 10. Final Thoughts Survival. Laughter. And one more round. So, here you sit, full of beans, biscuit crumbs in your pocket, a belly coated in salt pork grease, coffee still buzzing in your veins, and a ghost of pie sweetness lingering on your tongue. Congratulations, partner. You've survived a full day's worth of saloon dining in the Wild West. No small feat for a stomach used to soft bread and clean spoons. Look around one last time. The barkeep wipes the counter with a rag that's probably older than the floorboards. The cook shuffles pots and pans, muttering threats at the next sack of dry beans. The piano man plucks a tune that wobbles between sad and silly, missing more notes than he hits. But nobody cares. Outside, a gust of wind rattles the shutters and chases a stray dog past the hitching posts. This is the heartbeat of a town that barely has a name on a map, a place where men come hungry and leave warm, if not exactly satisfied, where plates are scraped clean, mugs banged empty, and tomorrow's meal is never guaranteed. You might think, sitting in your soft chair, far from this dusty corner of nowhere, that these saloon meals sound rough, maybe even cruel. But out here, food is more than food. It's company. It's fuel for work. No honest soul would volunteer for twice. It's an excuse to linger near the warmth of the stove instead of facing the cold wind too soon. And above all, it's a fragile promise that no matter how mean the world turns tonight, you'll have a reason to open your eyes when morning cracks over the prairie. Listen closer, and you'll hear the laughter hidden in the smoke and the stale whiskey smell. The barkeep teasing a young drifter for mistaking salt pork for fresh bacon. The cook grumbling but slipping an extra biscuit to the piano man when he thinks nobody's looking. A ranch hand and a miner trading insults over stew that could be shoe leather or could be rabbit. Nobody's sure, and nobody truly wants to know. Survival here doesn't come with a clean plate and a napkin folded fancy beside your fork. It comes with beans that fill you cheap. It comes with coffee that keeps your eyes open on the night watch when wolves prowl at the fence line. It comes with salt pork fat dripping down your chin while you plan tomorrow's bad decisions. And when you're lucky, just lucky enough, it comes with pie that reminds you life isn't all grit and gunpowder. Sometimes it's a warm bite of something soft, sweet, and stubbornly hopeful. You push back from the table. You nod at the barkeep. You tip your hat at the cook. Neither smiles big, but you see it in the corner of their eyes. You're welcome back. As long as you can pay, as long as you're polite, as long as you don't cause more trouble than the furniture can survive. Outside, your horse shifts in the dust. Tired, but patient. You step into the cold morning or the long evening, it hardly matters which. You carry that saloon meal inside you now. Every burp, a reminder of cheap beans and braver days. Your boots crunch in the street. Your shoulders feel heavier, but your chest feels lighter, because once you've eaten like this, you know a secret most city folk never will. Out here, food doesn't just feed you, it binds you to every soul scraping by under this wide, relentless sky. It gives you a place to laugh, when laughter is the only shield you have left. It gives you enough warmth to spit in winter's face. It reminds you, in one final greasy burp, that survival is sometimes enough reason to grin and order another round tomorrow. So tip your hat. Hold the door open just long enough to let the next fool stumble inside. Tell him the beans are worth it. The coffee bites back. And the pie, if there's pie, is the closest thing to gold he'll taste today. Then swing your leg over that saddle. Spit the dust from your mouth. And ride on. You're full. You're awake. And you're still here. In the Wild West. That's a victory worth raising your mug for. One more round. Barkeep. One more round for the road. Section 11. One last look before you go. Before you kick open those swinging doors for the final time tonight. Take a breath. Smell the last curl of smoke drifting from the kitchen, mingling with stale whiskey and sawdust. Listen to the clink of mugs, the soft shuffle of boots, and the barkeep's low curse when someone spills their drink. This is your last look at the little world that keeps men warm when the prairie wind howls like a hungry ghost. Some folks think saloons are just about liquor and bad cards. They're wrong. Sure, whiskey flows faster than truth around here. Cards slap the table hard enough to break hearts and wallets in the same hand. But food, that humble mess of beans, pork, stew, and maybe a slice of pie, is the glue that holds this place together. It fills the gap between regrets. It hushes a drunk before he throws a punch. It softens the sharp edge of a loss at the poker table. It promises a traveler he's not alone. At least until the plate's clean and the coffee's gone cold. Watch the cook a moment. See how he leans on his spoon like it's a cane holding up his pride. How he stirs the pot, scolds it, loves it in his own foul-mouthed way. He won't say it out loud. But every bowl he serves is a truce with the world outside these walls. Catch the piano man's eye. He'll wink if he's half awake, tapping out another tune that drifts between sorrow and a dirty joke. His fingers miss the keys. But nobody cares. He's the soundtrack to your second mug of tar-thick coffee and the reason you laugh when you should be crying about tomorrow's chores. Look at the barkeep, wiping down the counter for the 100th time tonight, pretending he doesn't care who comes and who goes. But he sees everything. He counts your coins before you do. He remembers who paid, who didn't, and who needs an extra spoonful of stew when payday's still too far off. This room with its cracked windows, sticky floors, and smell of sweat, beans, and burnt pork is a fortress against the empty prairie. No stone walls, no soldiers at the gate, Just food, laughter, and the stubborn faith that tomorrow you'll wake up hungry and stumble right back through these doors for more. So stand up slow. Feel that biscuit brick still working its way down. Pat your belly. Tug your hat down over your eyes, just enough to hide the grin you can't help but wear. You came for food. You stayed for the comfort no man wants to admit he needs. Push through those doors. Let them flap behind you like they always do. Feel the cold slap your face. Clear your head. Remind you that out here, nothing soft lasts too long, except maybe the memory of molasses on warm cornbread and that one bite of pie you'll brag about for weeks. In your pocket, a few coins rattle. Enough for another meal tomorrow, if the road doesn't swallow you first. Enough for another mug of coffee, strong enough to knock the night out of your eyes. Enough to make you nod at the barkeep like an old friend and tip your hat at the cook who'll just grunt in return. Behind you, laughter rolls out of the saloon, chasing you down the steps, into the night where the stars blink cold and distant above your head. Your boots crunch the dry earth. Your breath curls white in the moonlight. And deep in your chest, a small warmth flickers not from the whiskey or the stew, but from knowing you're still here, still breathing, still laughing at a world too big to tame. Tomorrow, there will be more beans, more stew, more stories whispered over battered tin plates, more pierre, if fortune is kind. But tonight, you're full, you're alive, and for a man drifting through this wild, half-settled land, that's more than most can claim. One last nod at the door, one last glance at the flickering lanterns inside. Then you walk into the darkness, leaving behind the cook, the barkeep, the piano man, and all the greasy, glorious chaos they guard like a half-forgotten dream. Sleep well, partner, you've earned it. And when dawn tugs you awake, dusty and sore, just remember, the saloon will be there. So will the beans. So will the laughter. And if you're real lucky, so will the pie. Section 12. Bonus tips to survive your next saloon meal. So you think you're ready? Huh? You've heard the stories. You've imagined the beans, the pork, the stew bubbling with secrets, and that single slice of pie that could cost you a tooth or a black eye. Before you swing those saloon doors wide again, let's lay down a few hard-learned survival tips. Call them your guide to not embarrassing yourself or your gut next time you sit down at that splintered table. Tip 1. Never trust a fresh-looking biscuit. It might be warm and soft today. Tomorrow, it could break your knife before it breaks in half. Tap it gently. If it sounds like knocking on the sheriff's door at midnight, order the stew instead. Tip 2. Always inspect your coffee. If it moves on its own, pour another mug from the top of the pot, not the bottom. The bottom is where bitterness, regret, and last week's grounds settle to plot your downfall. A good cowboy knows when to sip slow and when to just chew and pray. Tip 3. Eat your beans last if you have somewhere to be soon. Trust me on this. 1 cowboy is tolerable. 10 cowboys full of beans in a cramped saloon turns that building into a biological war zone faster than a gunfight. Tip 4. Never insult the cook. Not about the stew. Not about the salt pork. Not even when you find something in your bowl that might once have had whiskers. A cook remembers who talks smart. Next time, your plate might be extra special, and not in a good way. Tip 5. If you see pie on the counter, forget your manners. Stand up. Wave a coin. Sell your hat if you must. Pie doesn't wait for slow hands, and nobody shares it out here. It's every hungry fool for himself when fruit and crust meet in the same sentence. Tip 6. If the chicken looks small and mean, it probably lived that way. Don't expect soft, juicy bites like your city mama makes. Expect bone. Expect chewing. Expect to thank it anyway, because out here, Meat is meat. Feathers optional. Tip 7. Never play cards with a man who orders only coffee and pie. He's got enough caffeine to outthink you and enough sugar to sweet-talk you into losing your boots, your horse, and your pride. Finish your plate. Tip your hat. And find another table. Tip 8. Pay the barkeep first if you plan to nap by the stove. Otherwise, you'll wake up missing your hat or your boots, or you'll wake up outside, face down in the dust, with the door locked behind you. This saloon feeds you, but it's not your mama's porch. Tip 9. Leave a crumb or two for the stray dog at the door. Dogs remember kindness. Men remember debts. Out here, the dog's loyalty might outlast the cook's stew. Tip 10. Finally, and listen close. Partner, savor every bite, even when it's burnt, bland, or questionable. Because one day the trail will stretch far, and the wind will bite deep, and you'll dream of this meal: beans, pork, stew, pie, laughter, warmth, a roof that leaks only sometimes. Out here, the saloon meal is more than food. It's a shield against the cold, the hunger, and the quiet loneliness that prowls just outside the light. So chew slow, smile often, pay your tab, and tomorrow, come back, hungry. There's always another plate waiting for a fool brave enough to lift his spoon and his spirits one more time. You step away from the table now. Boots creaking, belly full, mind buzzing with too much coffee and just enough hope. The cook nods once. The barkeep wipes that same stubborn spot on the bar. The piano man plays you out with a sour note that somehow feels just right. Push open those doors, squint into the wind, and grin at the wild world waiting outside. You're ready. Beans or bullets. You'll handle both. After all, you survived the saloon meal. You can survive anything. Section 13. Closing words. A toast to the hungry and the brave. So here we are. Partner, end of the line for tonight's tale. Your spoon's dry. Your plate's clean. Your belly hums with a chorus of beans, salt pork, stew, coffee, pie, and one stubborn biscuit, still fighting for space somewhere under your ribs. Good. That means you did it right. Take a moment. Lean back. Close your eyes. Feel the weight of every bite you braved. Each mouthful a promise that, for all its rough edges, this wild land feeds its own. Not always, well, not always gentle, but enough to keep a heartbeat drumming through another cold dawn. Raise your cup. Whatever's left in it, water, coffee sludge, or a shot of whiskey, if the barkeep likes you tonight. This is your toast. A quiet salute to every drifter, ranch hand, gambler, and lone soul who ever warmed their bones at a greasy saloon table. To the cook who doesn't smile but keeps you alive. To the barkeep who sees your lies but pours you a drink anyway. To the piano man who never plays the same tune twice but somehow knows just when you need to hear it. Most of all, to you hungry, tired, pockets light but spirit stubborn. You come in dusty. You leave heavier. Maybe in the belly. Maybe in the heart. Maybe both. You walk out through those swinging doors and face whatever waits beyond the lantern glow. Bandits. Storms. Bad luck. Or worse, your own foolish choices catching up at last. But you go out stronger than you came in, because you sat here with all your worries curled in your gut, and you traded them for beans and laughter. You left a little kindness behind. You carried a little warmth away. That's the kind of wealth no crooked card hand can steal. Remember this, when the wind howls and the prairie whispers your name like a dare, when your saddle feels too hard, your boots feel too thin, and your pockets feel too empty. Remember the salt pork grease on your fingers. Remember the last crumb of molasses cornbread melting on your tongue. Remember that single glorious bite of pie that made you forget, just for a heartbeat, how mean this world can be. And if you find yourself lost, cold, near broke, find another saloon. Step inside. Order the beans. No matter how plain, nod at the cook. Tip the barkeep. Hum along to the piano man's half-forgotten tune. Taste the warmth. Share the noise. Forget your troubles, one spoon at a time. This is your armor. Partner, not steel, not gold, but a full belly and a soul reminded that for every bitter mile, there's a bite of sweetness somewhere, waiting for you if you know where to look. So here's to you, a fool for wandering, a hero for surviving. May your boots hold up, your horse stay steady, and your hunger always lead you back to a door swinging wide. A cook cussing softly, and a bowl steaming hot under a crooked lamp. Go now. Ride on. Eat well when you can. Laugh louder when you can't. And when the story of you drifts through another dusty town, may they say he was hungry. He was stubborn. He was never alone. Good night. Oh friend, sleep warm. Dream sweet. And may your next plate, wherever you find it, be just as honest and twice as kind. Section 14. A night's promise and tomorrow's hunger. Before you drift off, belly quiet, mind half floating, somewhere between an old tune on the piano and the last bite of pie. Remember this, out here, nothing stays easy for long. The sun will rise tomorrow, drag its sharp light across cracked boards and dusty boots. Men will shuffle back through those same doors, pockets lighter than they promised themselves last night. Beans will boil again. Salt pork will sizzle and spit across the cook's battered stove. The barkeep will count coins that never add up the same way twice. And you'll be there too. Because once you've tasted a saloon's promise, half warmth, half trouble, always honest, you come back. Not because the food is fine, not because the stew is safe, but because this crooked corner of the prairie feels a little like belonging when the wind howls and the prairie asks too many questions. Tomorrow, you'll curse the beans again. You'll swear off the biscuit when it chips another tooth. You'll chew salt pork like an old boot and grin anyway. Because in every greasy bite, every slurp of overboiled coffee, there's something no storm or bullet can take away. A reminder that survival is sweeter when it's shared. Listen close. The piano man fumbles the last chord, but his laughter keeps the tune alive. The cook wipes his hands on an apron that should have retired 10 winters ago. He barks at a scrawny boy to stoke the fire before the night wind crawls back in through the cracks. The barkeep nods at you. Quiet, but watching, always watching. Tomorrow, he'll pour your coffee the same way he does tonight. Strong enough to keep your eyes open through another fight. Another dawn. You stand, bones heavy, heart lighter than it deserves to be. Outside, your horse shifts in the shadows. The stars wait for you, silent and endless, above this stubborn stretch of land. One more look back. The lamp flickers. The laughter softens. The stew pot bubbles like an old secret that never runs dry. If you're wise, you'll remember tonight when your saddle bites your hips and the road shows you its teeth. If you're lucky, you'll find another door just like this one, a few dusty miles away, another cook to curse you for asking too many questions about his meat, another barkeep to pretend he doesn't care while he keeps you honest. And if you're truly blessed, you'll find another slice of pie waiting for you at the end of a long day. So sleep deep tonight. Partner, let the beans settle. Let the salt pork dream its salty dreams in your gut. Tomorrow will be mean enough. Tonight, you earned the softness of a full belly and a good laugh. That's more than most get out here. Rest easy under your hat. The saloon door will swing wide for you again, and the stew, questionable as ever, will still be there to greet you like an old friend who never really leaves. Section 15. Closing blessing. The road. The spoon. And the stars. One last breath. Partner. One last flicker of lamplight behind your eyelids. One last promise, whispered into the smoke curling from the stove that never goes cold for long. Tonight, you've walked through the whole wild menu, from gritty beans to half-burnt pork, from stew with secrets to cornbread that caught your heart, all the way to a slice of pie, so sweet you'd fight your own brother for it. Not bad for a soul drifting between nowhere, towns and dawns that come too fast. Out here, the road is your only constant friend. It kicks your boots, tears your hat loose, and tests your back every mile. But at day's end, the road does one kind thing. It brings you back to a door that swings on rusty hinges and hides warmth behind cheap whiskey and questionable stew. And this spoon, think about it. In a place where fists settle scores and pistols bark truths nobody wants to hear, this battered spoon is your shield. Your quiet rebellion against an empty belly and a world too big to trust. When you raise it, you're claiming something no sheriff can tax and no outlaw can steal, a moment of peace. A mouthful of tomorrow. A memory that tastes like hope. So when you ride out again, remember this saloon in the hollow of your chest. Carry a crumb of that cornbread in your mind when the nights get longer than your patience. Remember the barkeep's nod, half warning, half welcome. Remember the cook's grunt, half curse, half blessing. And remember the pie, because if anything can tame a wandering heart, it's the soft miracle of sweetness in a land too rough to promise much else. Outside now, the stars blink at you like old friends you forgot you had. They watch you swing into your saddle, boots creaking, hat pulled low, behind you. The laughter fades, but never really disappears. It drifts through the cracks, dances with the embers, and waits patiently for your hungry bones to find it again. So here's my last toast to you tonight. May the road rise soft beneath your horse's hooves. May your coin purse stay just heavy enough for beans and whiskey and the surprise pie you never see coming. May your spoon never betray you, even when the stew does. And may the stars remember your name long after your boots forget the way back home. Ride easy. Dream full. And if you wake hungry tomorrow, good. That means you're still alive. Still stubborn. Still worthy of that one last plate, waiting behind a door that's always a little too hard to push open, and always worth the trouble. Sleep well. Partner. The saloon sleeps too, but not for long. There's a pot of beans dreaming on the stove right now, and it'll be waiting when you come back for more. Good night. And may the wind carry your laughter farther than any bullet or broken promise ever could. Section 16. The quiet truth no one tells you. Lean closer now. Just once more. Before your eyelids surrender to the lullaby of old wood creaking and a belly that hums like a warm kettle. Here's something the barkeep won't say out loud, and the cook grumbles about only when he thinks you've dozed off by the stove. It's this. Every man who sits at these crooked tables, spone in haunt, pretending he's tougher than the wind and the whiskey, is really just searching for the same thing. Not gold, not fame, not even luck at the cards. Just a moment, a bowl of something hot, a bite that fills the cracks inside the ribs where loneliness likes to build its nest. Out here, the prairie eats men alive if they forget to feed the quiet parts of themselves. The parts that remember how to laugh with a mouthful of cheap beans. The parts that no pie can heal what bullets and debts can't touch. It's funny, isn't it? A saloon this rough floors, sticky, windows cracked, piano out of tune half the week, yet under this leaky roof. Men remember they're still human. They argue. Yes, they curse the cook, the cards, the rain, the drought. They stomp out the door swearing they'll never come back. And every time, When hunger and silence hunt them down on the open trail, they do come back. Because deep down, they know what you know now. A full spoon is stronger than any pistol. A warm plate is braver than any promise made under starlight. So when tomorrow's troubles chew at your boots, and the road shows its teeth again, remember the spoon. Remember the laughter that rattled these walls like a choir made from sinners and saints, both too tired to pretend to be anything else tonight. Remember that even the meanest stew can hush an angry heart if it's eaten slow, among good fools who know how to share a grin between gulps. Out here, this is how men survive. Not by guns alone, not by gold stashed in some secret belt pouch, but by lifting spoon to mouth to smile, smile to soft chuckle, and letting the prairie wait one more hour for your bones. So, here's a quiet truth to cradle against your dreams tonight. A man can outrun debt, trouble, heartbreak, maybe even the sheriff, if he's lucky, but he can't outrun the need for a bowl of beans and the warm sound of another soul breathing beside him in the dark. Close your eyes now. Let the cooks mutter, the barkeeps grunt, and the piano man's last off-key note fade into the back of your mind like an old song you hum only for yourself. Your spoon rests. Your bones settle. The prairie whispers outside. But inside, you carry a fortress built from cheap stew, hard biscuit, and pie softer than any promise the world ever made you. Sleep deep. Partner, tomorrow is another hungry day. But tonight, you're full, and for men like us, that's more than enough. Section 17. Dawns echo the road calls again. The stove's embers sigh. The last mug hits the counter with a dull clink. Outside, night and dawn wrestle quiet at the edge of town. And you're somewhere in between. Half here, half drifting toward the trail that never really ends. The barkeep knows. He's seen your kind 100 times over. Riders with boots full of dust, pockets half empty, and a hunger that stew alone can't hush for good. He doesn't stop you when you stand. He just nods a silent contract that this battered saloon door swings both ways open for when you crawl back, slammed shut behind you when the road gets mean. You roll your shoulders. Feel the last warmth of cornbread and beans still sitting in your belly like a promise you didn't ask for but needed anyway. The cook scrapes the pot clean behind you, scolding tomorrow's beans before they've even hit the fire. He mutters that next time you'll owe him 2 coins instead of 1. He knows you'll pay in silver or in stories. Out here, both hold weight. Step out now. The floor creaks goodbye under your boots. The door groans. Cool air kisses your cheeks awake. A dawn wind snakes through the street, tugging your coat like a playful ghost, daring you to try again today. Look back. Just once. The window flickers with lantern light. Inside, the piano man slumps over his keys, dreaming half a tune he'll forget by nightfall. The barkeep pretends to sweep. The cook lifts a pot, ready to start over. Same as yesterday. Same as tomorrow. Out here, everything changes, except this. A man's got to eat. A man's got to laugh. A man's got to know there's a door somewhere that'll creak open and feed him when the world spits him out. And that's enough. Your horse shifts under you. Warm breath, rising into a sky, painted fresh with pink and gold. You pat its neck, mutter a promise you don't plan to keep, about better roads ahead. Better luck. Fewer beans. Maybe. The wind chuckles. It knows better. You tug your hat low. Spur the old bones of this beast beneath you forward. Hooves bite gravel. The road lifts you into its wide, empty arms like an old friend with rough hands and sharp secrets. Behind you, the saloon door sighs closed. Inside, the pot bubbles. The barkeep hums under his breath. The cook curses softly at the sunrise. Life goes on. So do you. When you get hungry again, and you will, you'll remember where to turn back, which door forgives you, where stew boils, coffee scalds, peas soothes, and laughter cuts the cold better than any fire. That's the West's quiet promise to fools brave enough to chase tomorrow. You're always welcome back, as long as you're hungry enough to earn it. Ride easy. Friend, the road calls, the spoon waits, and the stars they watch, always. Section 18. The Last Spoonful, a prayer for wanderers. Sit still, a heartbeat longer. Partner, let the saddle wait. Let the wind tap its patient fingers on your shoulder. There's one last spoonful left in this story, and it's yours alone to swallow before you ride. You've heard every scrape of the cook's ladle. You've tasted every lie the stew whispered into your hunger. You've bitten into hard biscuits and soft pie, and you've cursed and thanked them in the same breath. Now, here's a quiet prayer for your wandering bones, whispered where no sheriff, outlaw, or storm can steal it away. May your spoon never break, no matter how hard the beans fight back. May your cup find coffee before your eyes find sleep. May your horse carry you steady through dust, rain, and regret. May the barkeep remember your name, even if he pretends he don't. May the cook curse you loud but feed you well. When the trail stretches mean and the stars blink cold above your hat brim, may the memory of cornbread and pie remind your heart why it still beats stubborn in your chest. When your pockets feel light, may laughter weigh heavier in your soul than silver ever could. When the prairie tests your spine with cold winds and long silences, may you remember the warmth of a saloon lamp and the sound of boots scraping plank floors in the dark. Some men pray for gold, some for glory. Out here, the wise pray for enough stew to hush a growling belly, enough pie to hush a restless spirit, and a door that creaks open when the night tries to shut you out. So here's to you hungry now, hungry tomorrow, hungry always for more than just food. May your hunger never shame you. May it guide you home each time your bones forget the way. And if this world tries to knock you down, may you rise up grinning, spoon in hand, ready to scrape the bottom of life's pot for one more bite. Now, lift your chin. Let the dawn catch your face. Smile at the hard road and promise it nothing but your stubborn footsteps and your echoing laughter. You've eaten well tonight. You've dreamed soft. You've earned another sunrise. Go on, rider. The last spoonful's yours. Swallow it slow. Carry it gentle. And may it feed every mile between here and wherever tomorrow hides its next pie, its next friend, its next fight, and its next home. Good night, wanderer. Good morning, dreamer. And may your next meal be just enough to make you hungry for the next adventure. Section 19. Epilogue. A table waiting somewhere. Even now, as your shadow fades from the saloon porch and your horse carries you deeper into the hush of dawn, something small and stubborn lingers behind. A chair. Half splintered, half forgiving. A spoon, dented by years of stubborn stew, but loyal all the same. A plate that's seen more hope than gold dust. They wait, not just for you, but for every weary back that leans against that scarred wood. For every hand that trembles with cold but steadies when it wraps around a hot mug. For every laugh that cracks across cheap walls and bounces off windows rattling in prairie winds, long after your boots vanish over the next ridge. The barkeep will still polish that counter he claims he hates. The cook will still bark curses at the pot, but stir it like it's his only true companion. The piano man will plink a tune, so crooked it makes drifters smile into their whiskey without knowing why. And one day, maybe sooner than you swear to yourself now, your hunger will find its voice again. It always does. It will tug you off the trail, back through a door you once slammed behind you, swearing never again. Back to the same smell beans, pork, cheap coffee, something sweet, if you're lucky. Back to that chair that squeaks like an old dog, but holds your bones as if it remembers exactly where you left, your last sigh. This is the true secret hidden behind swinging saloon doors. No matter how far you roam, how many lies you promise the road about not needing soft bread and kinder company, there's always a table somewhere set for you. Might be dusty, might be crooked, might cost you the last coin rattling in your pocket, but it waits, because every wanderer carries the same hunger, not just for beans and pie, but for the warmth that fills the cracks the road leaves behind. So, remember this. Rider, no meal is too humble to bind a man to this stubborn earth. No laughter too soft to echo past the edge of town. No stew too thin to remind you you're still alive, still worth feeding. Still worth watching the stars for one more night, when the prairie tests you next. When hunger knots, your gut tighter than your belt ever could. Just whisper to the wind, I know a place, and the wind, mean as it can be, will grin back and guide you there. A chair, a spoon, a plate, a story half told, and a cook who'll never admit he missed you but will ladle your bowl too full anyway. Ride far, ride free, but never too proud to come home to a table waiting somewhere, always a little too wobbly, always just right. Section 20. Final blessing sleep. Beans and bravery. This is it. Partner, the last warm word before the lamp dims, before your eyes give in and your breath settles quiet under whatever roof or sky you claim tonight. You've tasted the West, not in gold or gunpowder, but in spoonfuls of stubborn beans and laughter that sticks longer than any bullet wound. You've learned that pie is worth more than pride. And stew, no matter how suspicious, can hush the loneliest parts of a man's heart. You've seen how a saloon's cracked floor and crooked door can cradle the weight of a drifting soul better than any castle or king's hall. So sleep easy now. May your dreams drift soft as cornbread crumbs in a cook's apron pocket. May your worries slip away like spilled whiskey. No barkeep bothers to mop. May the road tomorrow greet you kindly. And if it don't, well, may your boots and your belly both hold strong enough to grin back at its meanness. And here's my final blessing for you. Whispered, where only the wind and the warm memory of tonight's last spoonful can carry it. May your hunger never shame you. May your laughter never fear the silence. May your saddle always find its way back to a door that swings wide. A table that creaks, but holds. And a stew pot that forgives your absence with an extra ladle. If you lose your gold, so be it. If you lose your luck, shrug it off. But guard your appetite for simple things. Beans that fill, coffee that bites, pie that reminds you the world, despite its sharp teeth. It still has a soft bite left for those bold enough to taste it. When the prairie wind roars against your hat brim and your bones ache like an old porch under a stomping crowd, remember this night. Remember how stew, barkeep, cook, and piano man wove you a lullaby thicker than any blanket. Remember that hunger brings you back not just for food, but for a piece of yourself too stubborn to die quiet in the dust. So hush now. Rest easy. Let your spoon rest. Let your boots dream of softer roads. Let your belly hum a gentle promise to tomorrow's sun. You are fed. You are forgiven. You are welcome here, always. And again, and forever. Good night. Wanderer, may you sleep braver than you rode, and wake hungry enough to ride again. Hey guys. Tonight, we slip behind a pair of swinging doors that have seen more bad decisions than any jailhouse in the territory. You stand there, boots coated in street dust, hat pushed back on your sweaty forehead, staring at those doors like they might bite you first. Inside, you already know what waits for you. This is a Wild West saloon, not the polished, candlelit version from a romantic dime novel. No velvet curtains, No, polite piano ballads drifting like silk. Here, the piano limps through a tune, missing half its keys. The barkeep wipes glasses with a cloth, so filthy it could stand up and walk away if it had legs. You push those doors open. They slap back at your elbows, as if they want you gone before you even come in. And then, it hits you. Not the piano, not the barkeep's glare. The smell. Good grief. The smell. You probably would not survive this if your nose could file a complaint. Forget steak. Forget fresh bread. You get wet tobacco spit. Stale beer soaked deep into the planks. Sweat dripping from men who have not seen a bath since last spring. And somewhere under that disaster, a hopeful whiff of beans boiling in a dented pot. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And do me a favor, drop a comment below. Tell me where you are listening from and what time it is for you right now. It always amazes me to see how far this little saloon of words travels. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. Let's ease into tonight's journey together. You pause by the door, letting your eyes adjust to the gloom. Sunlight slices through cracks in the walls like knives. Dust floats lazily in the beams. Pretending it is innocent. You know better. Near the piano, a man with 3 teeth plays something that might have been a song before he drank half a bottle of cheap whiskey. Each note squeaks and dies. Nobody cares. Nobody asks him to stop. It is just another sound layered over low laughter, mumbled insults, and the shuffle of boots on a sticky floor. You spot a table in the corner. It only has one leg shorter than the others. Good enough. You weave through chairs that look ready to collapse if you breathe too hard. At the table, you brush away crumbs, dried beer foam, and something that might have been a fly colony in its previous life. You sit. The chair complains under your weight. It does not break. Small miracles live here. Hidden between splinters, the barkeep lumbers over. He stares at you, like he is memorizing your face for the next missing poster. He says nothing, slides a glass across the table. The liquid inside is brown. That is all you get. Might be whiskey, might be varnish. Either way, you drink it. You make a face like you bit a cactus. He nods. That is the whole conversation. Behind him, a battered door swings half open. You catch a glimpse of the kitchen, if you can call it that. A stove squats in the corner, its iron belly belching black smoke. Pots bubble. Bonzis. A man with a beard that might hide a raccoon stirs a giant pot with a spoon, so big it could pass for a paddle. This is the cook, master of mystery stews and keeper of everyone's digestion or destruction. He barks at a boy hauling in firewood. He barks at the pot. He barks at himself. You silently decide you will not complain about your food when it arrives. Nobody survives picking a fight with the cook. Around you, the saloon is a living, wheezing beast. At the far end, a group of card players argues about whether a straight beats a flush. Fists clench. Voices rise. One man stands up so fast his chair skitters away like a scared cat. Then, just as quickly, someone laughs. The tension pops like a soap bubble, and cards slap back on the table. For now, nobody dies. Near the window, a prospector with pants, older than this state, mumbles about a gold strike he swears he found north of town. No one listens. They have heard it before. He buys one shot of whiskey and nurses it like it is liquid gold. Which, in a place like this, it practically is. Somewhere behind you, a pair of ranch hands share a joke about a donkey and a preacher that makes the barkeep roll his eyes and mutter something about burning the place down just to clean it. You smile into your drink, not because the joke is good, but because it reminds you nobody here has anything fancy. So they laugh at what they can. The door slaps open again. A gust of prairie wind blows in dry dirt, carrying more flies and the faint hint of fresh horse sweat. A new stranger steps inside. Everyone glances up. Quick scan. Friend or trouble? He nods once. Heads to the bar. Peace for now. You think about the food. Should you risk it? The cook is still alive. The last man who complained about the beans is not. People say he packed up and left town. People also say the cook buried him out back. You decide you are hungry enough to take your chances. A waitress slides past, balancing plates that look identical. Beans, salt pork, a stale biscuit the size of a hammer. That is the special tonight. That is the special every night. You tap the table, and she nods. No words exchanged. She has no time for your politeness. While you wait, you sip your varnish disguised as whiskey and soak in the atmosphere. A pair of old-timers debate whether Texas should stay Texas or become its own country again. A young cowboy leans close to a girl with bright eyes and sharp elbows. She smiles, pockets his coin, and walks away. He does not notice she lifted his pocket watch too. Above all of this, the piano man strikes a final chord. It clangs like a blacksmith's hammer. He wipes his mouth, stands, and falls over backwards. Nobody helps him up. He will wake when he wakes. The show must go on. And here the show never ends. Your plate lands in front of you. Steam rolls off the beans. A chunk of pork belly floats like a greasy crown. The biscuit looks mean. You do not ask what the cook used for seasoning. You do not want to know. You take a bite. It is warm. It is salty. It is not good. But it is food. And that is enough. You chew slowly, listening to the bar hum around you, like a beehive that knows how to swear and gamble. Tomorrow, you might saddle your horse, tip your hat to this sorry shack, and swear never to return. But you will, because no matter how bad it smells or how rough the whiskey burns, there is comfort here. A seat, a meal, a roof, and a story to drag behind you when you ride out into the dawn. So finish your drink. Wipe the bean sauce from your sleeve. Tip your hat to the barkeep if you feel brave. And brace yourself. Next up, we meet the real king of this joint. A humble bean that has started more fights than bad poker hands and cleared more rooms than a deputy with a shotgun. Sleep tight. You are going to need the rest. Section 2. Beans, bacon, and survival stew. You wake the next morning with a mouth like dried leather and the taste of cheap whiskey wrestling your tongue for dominance. The saloon still creaks around you, though the laughter and piano have been replaced by snores, coughs, and the soft scrape of a broom pushing last night's regrets into a corner. Your stomach reminds you why you're here. Not for poker, not for trouble, not even for the whiskey that still burns your throat when you burp. You're here because, on the unforgiving plains, beans keep you alive when everything else wants you dead. Beans are the undisputed king of the Wild West dinner plate. They don't spoil. They don't complain. And they don't care if the cook is sober or seeing triple. Pinto beans. Nave beans. Black beans. Nobody's picky when you've been chewing dust for a week. The cook, who looks only slightly less mean in daylight, lugs a battered pot to the stove. It's the same pot you saw last night, bubbling over the embers, like a cauldron brewing, curses and flatulence in equal measure. He dumps in more dry beans, more stale water, and a fistful of salt that probably won't be enough. He doesn't measure. He doesn't taste. He stirs once, grunts, and wanders off to yell at a boy for chopping wood too loudly. You watch the pot like it might bite you. It won't. Not yet. First, it has to soak and swell, until each bean is soft enough to chew, but stubborn enough to sit in your gut like a rock for hours. You could chew your hat and get more flavor, but your hat doesn't fill your belly or give you an excuse to linger near the warmth of the stove. Beside the pot sits a slab of salt pork, the bean's loyal sidekick. It's not bacon, though everyone pretends it is. Salt pork is tougher, greasier, and more likely to chip your tooth if the cook forgets to fry it long enough. Still, fried salt pork drips fat into the beans, pretending to be seasoning. When you're lucky, there's an onion tossed in. If you're very lucky, the onion is fresh. This meal is not about pleasure. It's about survival. Cowboys eat beans before a long ride. Miners swallow them before crawling into the earth. Drifters trade stories over them, and sometimes trade punches because of them. Nothing turns a polite room into a gas chamber faster than 10 men sitting shoulder to shoulder, all fueled by the same pot of overcooked legumes. You ladle yourself a scoop. It steams in the morning chill. It smells faintly like salt pork, and mostly like last night's regrets. You blow on it. You tossed it. It's mushy but warm. And that is enough. In the corner, a pair of cowhands argue about whose turn it is to pay for the next pot. Neither wants the honor. Beans may be cheap, but whiskey drains pockets faster than beans can refill them. The cook doesn't care who pays, so long as someone does. Otherwise, he's been known to pour the whole mess outside and tell everyone to go catch a rabbit instead. You chew slowly. The barkeep leans against the bar, polishing glasses that will never look clean again. He watches you with mild amusement, like he's waiting to see if you notice the grit at the bottom of your bowl. You do, but you keep eating. He nods. Respect, earned in silence. A few feet away, the piano man from last night sits up, rubs his eyes, and asks if there's coffee. The barkeep snorts. He points at a black kettle in the ashes. Cowboy coffee, strong enough to melt spoons and cure hangovers by force. The piano man pours himself a tin cup. He winces. He drinks anyway. Outside, the town stirs awake. Horses snort and stomp. Wagons rattle down the single dusty street. Somewhere, a rooster remembers he's supposed to crow. He does. Late and off-key. Like everything else here, you soak your biscuit in the bean broth, softening it until your teeth no longer fear it. You remember hearing someone say once that a smart man could live on beans and bacon alone for months if he had whiskey to wash it down. Whoever said that clearly never had to sleep beside a cowboy after a pot of beans. Still, for all their humble cruelty, beans are the quiet heartbeat of every saloon kitchen. When the chickens run off, when the stew pot runs dry, when the last rabbit escapes the trap, beans stay. Reliable, unchanging, filling. They don't ask for praise, and they certainly don't offer apologies. Historians still argue whether beans fueled the expansion west more than gold did. Gold fed greed. Beans fed stomachs. You can live without gold. Try living without something to chew when your belly sounds like a rattlesnake. You finish your bowl. You wipe your mouth on your sleeve. The barkeep nods again. Another silent transaction complete. You stand. A stretch. Feel the familiar weight settle low in your gut, like a warning from tomorrow's digestive reckoning. A grizzled old timer near the door catches your eye. He grins, showing more gum than teeth, and says, "Hope you didn't plan to be indoors all day." Son, you laugh because he's right. You will clear out before the beans do. In the Wild West, survival is simple. Eat what you can. Drink what you must. Laugh when possible. And never trust a quiet saloon full of cowboys who just finished a pot of beans. Next up, brace yourself. We tackle the other half of your plate. The biscuit that might be soft as a cloud if you're blessed, or hard enough to break your jaw if luck runs dry. Section 3. A biscuit or a brick. Morning slips through the cracked windows of the saloon, pulling you from the last crumbs of sleep and the final regrets of last night's whiskey. Around you, the place is slowly waking too. The cook's ladle clatters against a dented pot. The barkeep